MCC, that stuff you're gonna mention today?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Just so it doesn't sound.
Will now be recorded.
Right away.
Yeah.
The road, is that what we're here
If
for?
it doesn't rain more than that, it's rain a long time.
All right,
Yeah, and it's
we'll call the
supposed to be
meeting
that
to
way.
order. We can have everyone's attention. We'll begin with the flag salute. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What about the justice part?
Thank you everyone for
This justice, down in the air.
everyone for attending today. October 24th, commission meeting. We'll begin with a work session on roads. Before we start, I want to send out a very sincere thank you to all our firefighters, volunteers, our emergency management director, state of Kansas for providing air tanker support. It was a horrible day yesterday, but our volunteers did an outstanding job of protecting lives and property. So I want to send out that very sincere thank you. And we'll have more updates.
And the week before too.
And the week before as well.
Friday before.
Yes,
That's the thing.
yes.
Mr. Mueller?
Yes.
We've got cows in the pasture right across the road from where that fire was yesterday. And I want to double your thanks.
Okay.
Because they got us stopped at the road and we had 130 cows out there that we weren't quite sure what we were gonna do with, so
Yep.
double that thanks
Yep.
from me.
Yep, very scary time, but again, we've got some excellent firefighters out there really protecting our communities. So we want to thank them.
Constituents too. There's a bunch of these guys out there waiting, willing to help.
All right. The trustees have submitted a list of questions. On a guess, we'll start into the questions and move forward. Kind of started the last time, but we pushed it off to this week. So, first question is, how is it determined which roads can be rebuilt in Marion County each year? I'm going to pass that to Bryce.
Well, obviously we'd like to go after as many roads as we can. We typically look at the roads that are the busiest. They obviously the ones that need the most. Obviously most of them need a lot of work. So basically it's just our taking the information on what our resources are available and when we can get to those areas, how the rest of the sections are looking at the roads. So, to say, do we have a list, plan, or whatever else of exactly what's done? No, we don't.
Any questions or response?
I'd just like to ask, Bryce, so when you say the busiest, how do you determine the busiest?
Based on the input from the constituents, based on our observation of the traffic, the kind of traffic, you know, if it's passenger vehicles compared to, you know, tractor trailers or equipment or heavy equipment or whatever else, so.
So you have counters out there, you have, no?
Nope, we can't, we can put counters on the highway, on the county roads, but they don't work on gravel roads.
Mhm.
Any other questions? All right.
Well, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a subjective interpretation of what's busiest.
Sure.
Since I do a lot of travel, you know, when I help my neighbors harvest their grain and stuff like that, I drive a lot of the so-called untraveled roads. But if you look at the evidence of the roads, there's a lot of traffic there, and I think it's important to know that there are certain times of the season when the travel on certain roads maybe are not as much, but then when harvest comes or when cattle are being picked up or whatever, traffic is quite intense, and the condition of the road is very important at that time. So I think even though it's a subjective it needs to be taken into account the seasonality of that road. Because I drive a lot of dirt roads, and that's where I see the need for maintenance.
Okay, any other comments? Yes, sir.
I farm on some roads that probably not traveled hardly at all. If the, would maintain them just a little bit, they've got a hog wallow at one end that after it rains, it stays wet for a long time. I cannot get to my fields unless I go out there and dig that out and try and do something. And Mr. Becker, I showed you those photos. So, maintenance is not being done.
Tina's asked me if each of you would state your name when you make a comment so she can keep the records.
Okay.
Paul Pinner.
Got yours.
Jim N.
Thank you, appreciate that for the record. Yes,
Uh,
and your name?
On the, Carol Dirksen,
Okay.
on the road that we live on, a mile and a half of the road that we live on, which 8 residences use that road. And we haven't seen a maintainer, I'm gonna say, in months. It's a busy road, and it's never been designated a busy road.
Any other comments?
Jess Whiteman, I mean, if we're talking about maintenance, 230th, the flood of 2018, we had a lot of water come across. I understand that's an unfortunate event, unforeseen event, but it was a flood. That road has not been repaired yet. So we hauled, they came out with a track hoe and dug some of the gravel out of our field to put back on the road, but no rock has been put there. You know, I've been on that road my whole life, and there's no ditches on the road anymore, you know, since I can remember, and so that's 30 years plus, so.
Yep. I got a better one.
Yeah.
It's Nick Krause.
Yeah.
I've got 3 mud spots south of my house, between my house and the highway, that have been there since the flood of 2013. Would take a load of rock a piece to fix. That was when it washed all the rock off the road back then, so.
Okay, any other comments? Yes, Paul.
Yesterday and day before yesterday, I drove down 160th. I was cutting a field for Tim Fleming and on Eagle. And obviously, there's several issues. The good part is that road between 160th and 170th was repaired some time ago, if you remember. That took quite a bit of work, and that really was beneficial. 2 problems exist, is that there's a 10-ton weight limit on the bridge going north, so I can't legally cross it with a semi. And then I have to go south and then east on 160th. And on that, it's the same condition as what Jim was describing as a hog waller. It could cover the entire pickup if you drive through. If you hit that at 30 miles an hour, you will bounce really bad. I don't know how other individuals, it's a dirt road, obviously, but you know, there's fields on both sides of the road, so I know they need access. And so that was my only way out, either that or going to 150th, that's another mile south. And that has problems of its own. That going east, it was an option. Going west, well, I'm heading to Hillsborough with a load, you know, and going west, that just increases the time factor. So that hasn't been repaired. My observation of that, it's been that way since May. You know, that literally was flooded out, and it became a waller where unless it's dry, you just don't drive through there.
Okay, other comments? Okay, we'll move to question 2. How many miles of gravel rebuild? That's pretty, I'd say that's about the same answer as number 1. The rebuild is determined on traffic and condition of traffic on those roads. Number 3.
But number 2 says how many miles of gravel
Oh, okay.
rebuilt. That's how, so it's not how, it's how many.
Okay. I know we approved a map of rebuild miles on what the engineer believed was appropriate to be done. both last year and this year. Of course, each year we were short a third of our staff, so the rebuild didn't happen last year, and the rebuilds haven't happened this year, just simply shortage of staff. That's-
Pawnee between 60th and 70th, 140th from Sunflower to Pawnee, and 320th from Bison West were the ones that were brought up as specifics.
So
And they
the number
were
of miles
rebuilt.
was about, what?
5, 6.
And just for people that are listening online, if you could, again, they're asking for you to state your name before you make your comment, if you don't.
Thanks, Steve. Any other questions on number 2?
How many maintainers do we have running in Marion County?
11 sections,
12 sections.
12 sections.
We had 10 full sections, and we just added another one last week or 2 weeks ago. He started, so. I believe one of the sections she's talked about, we haven't had a motor grader on her in several months, is the section that we have vacant.
Okay, that's the vacant section. So the other motor graders are trying to cover beyond their own section to cover that.
I do know that Fred's been up there, but I don't think he's made that far more.
Any other follow-up comments on how many miles of gravel rebuilt? All right. How many dirt roads in each township? We've got ditches full, grounds, and water coming off, not continuing to deteriorate. 5-year plan was stated these roads would be worked on during winter months, as long as it's not too wet. Even though they are dirt, they continue to be thoroughfares for farmers, ranchers, families, and taxpayers to use for their livelihood. These roads would require approximately 2 days a mile to complete on average. I think that's pretty much left up to the section men to determine on dirt road rebuilds, is that right? Or correct me.
Yeah, that's, I mean, they deal with the issue of people calling, hey, I need my rock road bladed, so they go blade that rock road. Well, then they try to go to dirt roads. No, I need to, I appreciate the direct contact they have, but they want these guys thrown all over trying to take care of these roads, but, yeah, they can pretty much take care of the dirt roads themselves, but.
So it's really the section men that see the roads that need addressed, especially on the dirt roads, and then they are able to schedule or plan on
Yes.
working with other section men to get rebuilds done. Usually they work together as a pair, don't
We
they?
usually have at least 2 guys, depending on what else needs to be done.
Okay, follow-up question or comments on question 3?
We still have a floater maintainer.
Yeah, but he's been, the last 3 or 4 months, been blade patching.
Yeah.
So, he was at help in the new section in there for a while too, of the new one out east, so.
Yeah, Paul Penner, yeah. One issue is between 2 and 3, because I'm trying to decide what this road is about. 240th between Falcon and Eagle has been a gravel road for many years, but it has not been kept up maintenance with gravel applications for at least, I would say, 10 years. And that was where you guys put that culvert in for, Jim Ince and I, between the 2 properties. And right there's about 1/8 of a mile that has become very problematic. The road is the ditch. And it needs to be cleaned out just right there. I know I requested that about 2 years ago, with an email that I sent you. It still has not been done, but what bothers me about that is, number one, the gravel has not been kept up. It has a fairly decent base for that entire mile, but that spot there is going to really make it difficult to transition down that road if that ditch hasn't been cleaned out, upgraded, so that it can no longer become the ditch. And you've seen it. I think if you like, I'd take you through there. But I think this is indicative of the problems that a lot of other constituents have. Is there are certain areas that when a problem shows up, like in a major rain event, and that's what caused this, the ditches are silting in, but also that needs to be cleaned out periodically. And so, it's gonna become more problematic in the future if we don't fix it. So like I said, it's been 2 years since I've requested that fix, and it hasn't happened yet.
Dwight Fleming. I guess we all know that there's issues with ditches. I mean, we could each stand here and we could give you 20 miles each and be about a fourth of the way done with our list of issues or roads. I guess a bigger question is, rather than stand here and say, okay, these are the roads that I drive on. I don't drive on the dirt roads anymore because I can't get through with my equipment. So, but is the process of road repair, road maintenance, one where there's someone that's directing it, or where is it the squeakiest wheel? If it's the squeakiest wheel that's gonna get the job, well, we've already heard half a dozen comments, hey, I want this fixed, I want that fixed. That's not effective management from the county. And Bryce already alluded to that. You have maintainers out there that, okay, I've got a friend that's running a maintainer. I got an issue right here, come fix it. Well, I'm working over here 10 miles away, I'll come. Well, okay, now we got a project over here that isn't working. And I guess the question I'm trying to get at and wrap my mind around is, what's the overall scope? If it's a squeaky wheel that's gonna be directing the road maintenance, I'd challenge the commissioners to say, okay, is that the direction we want to go? If that's the direction we're going to go, then let's just go that way, and we're going to have chaos throughout the county. If we're going to have a plan, let's have a plan. Well, we got to address some issues that are squeaky wheel things. But I'm trying to figure out, who's directing that? Are we just going to let it run wild, or is there someone that's kind of trying to keep everything on task? I don't know, what's the understanding?
I've just been working towards, since I've been here, more of a technological side of things. So when calls come in, we've approved a new program so that those areas can be flagged. And as a maintainer goes past them, they can check into it, address it. So that way it handles both sides of what you're talking about, the squeaky wheel and I'm in this area, okay, what do I need to address it? And we are trying to work towards that with technology. So I don't have much else to say about it, but at least I'm trying, or we're trying to address it in that way. Yeah, Kraus.
Nick Kraus. With that, I know there's a rock list supposedly somewhere. Can that be made public so that we understand? I mean, obviously there's some squeaky wheels out there. There's a person that lives a quarter mile off the highway. They go to town once a day, they go home once a day. You got a little dirt on their car and they don't like it. We're trying to run businesses out here and we physically can't at certain times. I'm just curious how long the rock list takes to get through. I know it's a long list. Is it 5 years? If you get on the list, is it 5 years? Is it? I've been on a rock list since Jesse Ham was in charge. How long's he been going? I know they brought 4 or 5 loads of rock south of my neighbor between him and the highway, but they didn't come further north to my house. So am I off the list? Do I need to get back on the list? Did they say, oh, Wagon Wheel got rock, let's take them off the list? No, they got 3 loads of rock. It never got completed. I don't want to be that guy that's constantly, hey, when you guys know it's a problem. So.
And probably back to question 2, I probably should have said something. Bryce had made the comment that, that these roads were supposed to be pulled last year, were short of help, so they didn't. This year they didn't get pulled because we were short of help. I understand being short of help, but if we just keep kicking the can down the road and don't do the maintenance, it was worse this year, it's gonna be worse next year, it will be worse the following year. is that something that we need to outsource? If we never fix the problem, $100 problem turns into $1,000 problem, and then 100, and then 1 million, and then 6 million. You know, we can talk all we want all morning and never get anywhere, you know, unless we try to take some action and do something. I understand being short of help is a problem, I do. You know, but at some point you have to do the work, and we have to complete something.
Go ahead. State your name for the.
My name's Chase Gann. Y'all may have went over some of this stuff, but I was late because I had to go around some of the roads to get here from where I started. But, you know, I've been in this county for 10 years, and we're having the same exact trouble today as we did 10 years ago. And so it's more of the same old stuff. And we have these conversations like this, and it's more of a counseling session. We all feel good about, well, you gotta say something, you all gotta listen to us, and then nothing ever happens, nothing ever changes. You know, we've been through 3 different road bosses since I've been here, and it's the same things today as it was 10 years ago. So I'm not sure if it's the road boss's leadership or the county commissioner leadership, but we're just gonna have to change how you do things. And you know, we make phone calls and you spot a little rock in on the roads, but the actual techniques that maintain that rock that you put there hasn't changed. If you don't get the ditches cleaned out, you don't get the road shaped, they won't last. The rock don't last, it disappears. And then when we do get rock, they blade it off into the shoulder, and vine weeds take it over, and everything like that. And it's just, you lose the rock. The type of rock that you use, we've had that conversation. That hasn't changed in many places. And then, you know, you think about, I just think about all the money that I spend in property taxes. And just my home quarter, I ought to have an asphalt road right up to the house. But, and he talked about needing to run businesses. You know, we're in the oil business too. And guess who has to pay for the rock that goes up to the leases to get the oil hauled out? We have to buy the rock. That's not right either. That's not equitable at all. I mean, what can you guys do to change completely what's been going on? Because more of the same ain't gonna help. Making some list, and you know, we're all conservatives. The last thing I want to do is have to call somebody and holler at them about getting rock on the road. I haven't had rock on my road in 10 years that I've lived there. If I call a semi truck full of cattle to come up to my cattle facility on a rainy day, just like today, we've only had 10 or 15 hunters. I bet they can't get up the hill today. So you're just going to have to reimagine this whole project. Prioritize roads, change the techniques. I mean, I've been through 5 different grader guys, and I've got them off the grader and tried to explain some things to them. And, well, I didn't think about that. I shouldn't be the one having to train the guys.
So, yeah, the challenge is that he comes by my place and I don't like what you told him to do.
Right.
So then he gets stuck doing it a different way when he comes to my mile. So that's just not efficient
No.
work.
And see,
And that's what, you know,
he
Bryce
comes down
gets-
my road and I don't have enough material to grade, so I say, hey, my road's better if you don't show up. If you don't come down my road, it's better.
Paul Finner. Yes, one thought I was thinking about, it may or may not be the answer, but I'd like maybe the commissioners to have a thought about this and try to mold it to what works. How about you having a team, maybe 2 guys, whatever, that are dedicated to fixing the things that happen. Say like, for instance, I was talking about that 1/8 mile section, that's now, the ditch is now the road. Just have them working on stuff like that, and keep your maintainers doing what they're supposed to be doing, keep your other rock haulers doing what they're supposed to be doing, and just have a team so that they'll be working full time. They'll be going from project to project like that, little things that really makes the road better for the future. That's a thought.
I didn't know if Bryce is ready to explain the new technology that we're implementing, how it's gonna work and how it should work this time next year. Should have a lot better records of what we need to do and what's been done.
Well,
I mean, they don't know.
we went to this new computer program that is supposed to be a lot more, responsible basically on both sides. We thought that it was going to be online, but basically, any complaint or whatever else that comes into us, it's automatically put on the system. It's immediately referred out to the blade men. They go out, look at it. They can take pictures and fix whatever they need to or whatever else, and then as soon as they're done, it's sent automatically back to the office, and then we can in turn get back with those people. So as far as that goes, we're hoping that nothing gets lost or disappears or whatever else in that process. The biggest thing comes down to is the fact is we just can't keep caught up with all of them, so.
Nick Kraus, will this keep track of maintenance of roads when it happened? You know, when a road was bladed?
Oh, sure. We have that in our old system.
And so what is appropriate time, how often should a road be bladed?
Good question.
That falls back to Dwight's comment. I get the phone calls.
Is 8
My
months-
road
is-
gets bladed, gets bladed all the time, stay off my road. The next phone call I get is just the exact opposite. It needs to be bladed. And a lot depends on the traffic. It's a case-by-case situation.
I'd like to think that, I mean, obviously some people are gonna be way more high maintenance than others, but I feel like we've always tried to work with the county or with our blade man, and I feel like somehow there's gotten to be a rift between the road department and the landowners when we're getting ready to chop silage the next day and they're blading rock and leaving it in the road, and we stop and say, hey, we don't have that much rock to begin with, can you please just put it in a windrow, because we're gonna powder it. We're gonna powder it over the next, and now they act like they're all upset about it, that, oh, well, they're telling us what to do on our road. We're just trying to keep the rock that we have.
I understand what you're saying, but again, well, you blade it, don't blade it. So if we put rock out there and then it rains, well, why didn't you put the rock out in the road? Well, now it's too wet to put the rock out in the road. I mean, you tell me what to do and we can do it.
Is 8 months too long between blades? That's how long it took to blade my road.
It took that for a long time.
Well, I'm not gonna sit here and argue with that, but I can
Well,
probably go back and look at.
That's what
and if
I'd
it
like
did-
a record on this new fancy computer system.
I
that's
don't
gonna
need
say,
this.
hey,
I don't need a new fancy record. We have record of that. It just comes down to, I mean, you said it, well, this person wants this person wants this, and.
Well, I just want a good travelable road that we can work on.
No, you just said you wanted a paved road.
Well, that's what I deserve. The
No.
money that I paid, that's what I deserve. That's what I said.
You only
Let's
been here
bring the
10 years.
conversation.
But no, I just want a good usable road that I don't have to worry about my equipment being tore up on. And I travel all over Marion County, and it's all the same.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
I'd like to.
Linda Peters.
Linda Peters. I would like to focus back to number 3.
Thank you.
It says how many dirt roads in each township have gotten ditches pulled up and crowned so that water can run off and not continue to deteriorate. And Mr. Goebel indicated that it was left up to the graders, that grades to figure out which ones are pulled up. But if I understand right, to be actually pulled up, you have to call in because there's lines along, I mean, in the past, it's always been, we can't blade them up because we've got to call in and that takes time. And so do the county commissioners know how many dirt roads have been pulled up? Because that should be on record of how many dirt roads have been worked up, because they've had to call in. They have to call in to the Road and Bridge Department. I mean, Mr. Gold, the graders
That's not
turn
true.
those in?
They can call those in themselves. They don't have to call in. We call in most of our culverts right here, but they can call those in themselves. So, doing a poll of the blade men I had, there was over 40 roads, dirt roads rebuilt last year. all over the county.
Okay.
How many in Meadow Township, Carl Dirksen?
Don't know, not off the top of my head.
How many in Liberty?
But again, one of the things that Menno has faced is that we had a newer blade operator over there for the last year. That's more difficult. Typically, a newer blade operator, we have to put more experienced people out there with them. So that's an issue. You know, we've got a good core of people that are out there running that. The other thing that I face is I don't have a lot of supporting equipment to go with it. Compactors, you know, discs, stuff like that too. So. But I know that's what we face. I mean, the operators we have are the operators we have, and it'd be great to go out and say, oh, I need the most experienced man, and we can pay him $40 an hour or whatever else it is. Ain't gonna happen.
Other questions on number 3?
Mr. Mueller, I guess it would be nice for the townships to know where these dirt roads have been. It would be nice for the county commissioners to, when I call a county commissioner, they would know, has any roads been reworked, not rebuilt. We're talking about a different kind of, you know, that's gravel. We're talking about dirt roads, 600 miles of dirt roads in Marion County. That the last, and one of the county commissioners said, or at one of the meetings was indicated that they're kind of not gonna get real, there's not gonna be much maintenance on those because of, you're down on employees. But 600 miles is a lot for, and you've heard all of us talking, those are pretty important roads for us. And so I guess it would be nice to know in Liberty, Lehigh, Minnow, Risley. So all of those miles that were rebuilt must not have been happening on the west side of this county, so.
And when you're talking about rebuild, you're talking ditches pulled, the
I'm
road
talking about
crowned.
just dirt roads.
Just dirt roads,
Yeah.
but you're talking ditches pulled and.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and crowned,
Yes.
those dirt roads, because they'll stay.
Right.
Yeah. Paul Benner. Yes, I operate in a lot of different townships, and I have yet to drive across one of those rebuilt roads, dirt roads.
I think you've had several in your area.
The Eagle was the last one that I personally recall, from 170th to 160th, and it was, like you said, great job.
Yeah.
Phenomenal, especially that curve.
Yeah.
Right now, there's some issues, some of the blade inexperience, that the new guy, grading that road, pushing it down towards the culvert, and every time it floods over, it washes that dirt away, and that road just keeps sinking and sinking, and it's gonna go back. It needs to be.
That's the one exception that I would say, okay, yeah, I'm on that road, I drive on that road.
And then.
But that's been 2 years ago, right?
Then, it's not in my area, but I do know of, what is it, 100th? Down there at the Hunger Field.
Yep.
Got rebuilt, pulled up, really, speaking as a constituent in this one, but really wish they would have been gravel, because it goes to a, not the whole thing, just portions of it, because it goes to an oil lease. And.
Yeah, we got a tanker.
And when the tanker comes in
Yeah.
and it's wet, it just destroyed it.
Well, they do that from the other end. They got a field over there.
So I have personally seen a few, I just don't know where all the rest are.
So, Mr. Miller, those 40, Mr. Goble, those 40 miles that you indicated, they were done this last year?
The guys told me. I didn't go back and check them, but I mean, I just.
It'd be interesting to know where they were.
Can't see you back there.
Charles Lowen, I think a lot of us would be happy if you fixed the mud holes and the culverts so we didn't have some of them, as well as just getting the roads fixed. We've got culverts that have been closed for 20 years or messing roads up, but haven't been fixed in some places. Some have, and that's why some of the low spots are full and got a hold, because the culvert don't work. If the roads are scraped for harvest, I'm happy if I can get over them. Let's put it that way. I would like to see them cleaned up. It's fine. I'm a little more concerned about some of these good rock roads that got 2 or 3 holes in them, which guys have not had a wreck on yet, and they should. I mean, you just fixed the Avenfeld Road, fixed one spot fastball. There should have been 3 or 4 accidents on that spot. There was one on 130th and right off of Kansas, a quarter mile on the only road which has got a culvert with must seep water or whatever, but there is a hole in there. I have filled it with the main tank. With my speed mover one day, I went across it and it drove better for a week, but the rock's out of it. Some of those things that cause accidents on our main driven roads, I think, need more attention than probably the dirt roads in a way, but if the dirt roads are drivable, we will probably be happier than any to a degree. So, I mean, I know you can't build up every road and all this stuff, and I don't know who drives even some of the main roads and turns into problems. If we're supposed to call them in all the time, or do you have a guy that does drive some of these roads and write that stuff down?
There's not another road, but
Yeah, but I mean, there are a couple of roads I drive, and I mean, at 40 miles an hour, my pickup goes all over the road when I hit that hole.
That's a countywide issue.
And I'm more concerned about the driven roads that need to be safe, because we're gonna kill some kids. And it has happened. Or accidents hit a post because of the rough washout in a half-ton pickup that takes off sideways across the road. And the dirt roads just need to be drivable. I will say that for sure.
Jim Ams, I live on 240th, and you guys put some rock on there. It's been a couple years ago, and you put it on in the mud, and it has developed potholes in there. And this summer, we had a kid hit that, rolled his truck into my wheat field. Yeah.
Okay, any other comments on the dirt roads on number 3?
Van Piers, I've just for 20 years, I've tried to understand why it can't be explained to the people that work these roads that the ditches need to be lower than the middle of the road, so the water has some place to go. It just seems to be getting worse and worse that they're gonna grade them to where the water is in the middle of the road. I can't understand that.
There's two ditches, not one.
Back to the issue I said, if we don't maintain it, 220th was rebuilt, I think, 2 years ago. I pulled the fence out and was rebuilding the fence, and a lot of those posts were 6 to 8 feet deep in the ground. Because the water washed off into the ditch, there was no ditch. When I pulled it, I contacted my maintainer, and he said, yeah, they came out with track hose, bulldozers, paddle scrapers. They moved a bunch of dirt. We had the water so it ran where it needed to run through the pasture. They fixed it. We put culverts in. That road is now fixed, but it was a 2-week project because we let it go for 45 years. If we continue to do that, we're gonna have a 2-week project on every half a mile of road.
Every 3 years.
Yes, yes.
And see, that's what I've seen on my dirt roads, and I've had a lot of the commissioners out, I've had Bryce out, and showed them where them roads was rebuilt. It's been 7 years ago now, and it's as if they never was rebuilt. That's because once they rebuild them, the techniques that Van's talking about is what they use. So it don't do no good to have a ditch if we don't use the ditch for a ditch.
I'm happy with 220th. I mean, they did, and it is a good road because we took the time and we moved. They moved a lot of dirt, but it is fixed. It is fixed.
it's drivable.
It is drivable. Yes, and it is good right to the reservoir. It's highly driven. So
The other road I was thinking of was 180th, right off Indigo. That low area, you can actually wait a day after it rains and you can pass it now. Before, you'd have to wait 3 weeks. So they did rebuild that.
Okay, any other comments on question 3? If not, let's move into question 4. Just to paraphrase, it's basically consensus of using higher quality rock. What is this, basically what is the status on higher quality rock? Bryce, address that one.
We've used the higher quality rock in some areas, especially in rebuilds. It performs well. We've put it on other roads that we just checking the extended life of it. I think it's probably performed a little bit better than what the local rock is, but it still comes down to money. The SS5 currently is $10.92 a ton. The 1.5-inch Waverly brought in to Harshman Quarry, the same place the other stuff is $18.22 a ton. So if you guys wanna pay the extra $7.30 a ton, that's all I'll haul.
I'd ask you this, Bryce, is that, do you have to put this higher quality rock down just as much?
Sure,
Or-
it's about a ton.
No,
On the road.
next year, following year, do you have to respot that road? Or, because if we're paying 1092, but we're doing it every 2 years, that's $20 a ton, where we could buy $18 a ton.
My feeling is I don't think we're getting more than 2 years out of it. All those rocks, all those roads we put rock on are depending on the, like I said, the drainage and everything else, but, you know, if we're not getting the drainage and the crown and everything else straightened out with, but these people don't care, they just want rock on the road, so, you know, we go out and.
I'll disagree.
That's wrong.
I'll disagree on that.
Okay, anyway, I don't see enough, on regular roads, I don't see it justified. But again, the other thing is, if that's what you wanna do, I'll do it.
I just haven't seen it put down on anything that hasn't been rebuilt. So to give a fair comparison, I have seen it on some rebuilt road, and that part is phenomenal compared to the other part of the road. That, hands down, it's like when I get past that slurry, I'm back on the solid surface road. But is that because of the road rebuild, or is that because of the rock?
Well, I know on 290th west of Diamond, those ditches were pulled 5 years ago, probably. And then we did do the hard rock for, was that 2-3 miles? And it appears that since that's draining, that's the way to go. Because that road used to just fall out.
Paul Penner, yes, Alamo, from Old 56 north, goes past a field I farm, and I think that was what, 2 years ago or 3 years ago? Correct me on that. That's a good road. That part is, and it solved the problem, because earlier it was to the point where it was becoming impassable, and then when you rebuilt it, proper crown, proper ditch, and you put that hard gravel on, and it seems to be lasting.
I will agree, on the roads that are rebuilt, the rock tends to last longer. But it comes down to the idea of getting the water off the road.
Yeah.
I'm no engineer, I'm just a common sense guy, and I can tell you with certainty that the better quality rock holds up better. And if I get rock once every 15 years, I want the more expensive, better quality rock.
Jim, man, I don't know how long it's been, but it's been quite a few years. They rocked the road in front of my house. We live on the north side of the road, so we get a tremendous amount of dust. So I requested sand dumped on there. I got it, but I had to pay for the sand. You drive that road today, you can tell exactly where the sand started and where it stopped. The road is perfect. And that was the cheaper rock, but we dumped it. As soon as the rock was on there, we dumped it on top and got it mixed in. And that has held up great. I mean, like I said, on a day when it's muddy, you can tell exactly where that sand was.
Other comments on the rock?
Van Peters, we live on 480 other one, and there's a hill from our house to Falcon, and they used to put soft rock on there, well, if they rocked it at all. I had to use a 4-wheel drive to get to the corner. We bought some hard rock and rocked it from Falcon to our house 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and it's still good. So the hard rock, it's absolutely worth more than twice as much as the soft rock. The soft rock, when it rains, just like Jonas said, it turns to slurry. And I don't think anybody in this room wants to drive on slurry.
And that road was not rebuilt. This is Linda Peters. That road was not rebuilt. And
I forgot about that piece. That's a good
I cleaned the
comparison.
ditches out at the bottom where it was flat with my skid steer. because it wasn't gonna get done any other way.
And it's not a low maintenance, I mean, it's not a minimal travel. We have probably 10 to 15 vehicles a day. Ag Service uses it with all their equipment because it's a road that they could drive. So, anyway.
Forgot about that quarter-mile stretch that hadn't been rebuilt, and it has held up.
Nick Kraus. I would agree the hard rock's better. They rocked Zebulon. Used to be a paved road, and they ran out on the last quarter mile, and you could tell right when you hit it. But my question is, what do the numbers say? I mean, if we punch the numbers, of course, we don't know how much longer it'll last, but where's the business side of running this department? Where's the economics of crunching the numbers and saying, I mean, do we know how much it
I
was
can
costing?
testify that if the water will get off the road, it will last more than twice as long.
I will agree with that so my road went 8 months without getting bladed. They hired a new guy for our section. Then all of a sudden it got bladed 3 times in 5 weeks, and I was surprised at how much better. I thought my rock was completely gone. Our road was a ton better just in some maintenance. Proper maintenance, and I will say, after the meeting at the lake 5 years ago, whatever, everybody left out of there ready to tackle the county, and every road got bladed in the first week, and I was amazed at how good so many of those roads were after one time because they hadn't been bladed all summer. Part of the issues that we're seeing is our blade men disappear in the summer because they're taken off to go do so many other jobs. And summer is when the roads need to be maintained, and then when we get to fall, we can't do it now. It's the winter time. You can't fix a road in the winter, and it's just a cycle that every year it happens the same way every year. So.
When's the last time our road was graded?
Charles, well, I agree with like one thing, you've got to get a crown on the roads. I live on a road that's wetted, flat at one spot, and if it don't get a crown on it, it's a mud hole at a half mile on a 2 degree. And the last time when they rocked it, I did get Gray to crown that thing the day before the truck showed up, and that road lasted a long time because it did have a crown.
It
The crown is
doesn't
gone
seem like
now,
rocket
but
science.
a crown, you get the water off the road, they work much better.
Okay, other comments on hard rock? Yes.
Nick Kraus again. And I know there's certain ways, certain gradation that you need to put on a road, and I know that we don't haul clean rock. But I think sometimes the quality of rock that we're getting, they're putting it down like, man, this stuff is full of fines and dirt. And it's like, there's plenty of fill already on the road. I question that sometimes. You know, several years ago, I got in a spat with them. They were dumping new rock. There was 2 ruts down a rock road, and they came in and they were dumping new rock on top of the ruts, and there's a windrow of dirt. That was what was left of the road, and I was like, why are we not shaping the road? You lose that dirt, put the rock on top. No, he bladed it the first time and mixed all the dirt with the fresh new rock, and now it's gone.
That was
It's gone in the
no
first time.
training involved at all there, or were they just told?
I think it was
dump rock?
organization. I think it was organization. I don't know.
And that was when?
That was a couple of years ago. That would have been on Alfalfa, south of 150 highway.
Okay. Any other comments on hard rock? Question 5 deals with the testing between different locations. Were there any comments? I think we pretty much covered that. 6 is hauling of the hard rock through Marion County. Are backhaul trucks being used or considered?
Backhaul trucks are used all the time because they backhaul it from the quarries back to the Harshman quarry. To address the issue of saving more money, I mean, the net increase is going to be that $7.20 back to the quarry. Most of those guys hauling that rock back here will not dump it on the roads for liability, for time purposes, whatever else. They'll bring it back to one spot. I've contacted several other companies about bringing backhauls back as well.
So follow up on backhauling?
And that $7.30 net increase is on a backhaul rate.
Mr.
Yes.
Is there not way, I mean, again, I think we're going back to Chase's question of just, let's look at it differently on some of these issues, like, for instance, the rock. You know, if we're considering hard rock, and it's still Harshman's quarries, so it's not like we're jilting Mr. Harshman, it's his quarries. But, you know, back in the day, we actually contacted from Topeka some of the salt trucks that were coming to go to Hutchinson, the backhaul, possibly looking at putting different piles in different parts of the county, backhauling. I know we found a place right on the Highway 15 that was a possibility that the state had used. Culverts are there, it's ready to be dropped off. That semi wouldn't have to go anywhere but right off the highway, right there to dump as they went. It was not considered. That was the end of it.
Off
So
56.
Off of 56, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. So, but,
It is, you are right.
15 also.
yeah.
15 also.
So I guess, like Chase is saying, we gotta do something different here. And possibly having rock in those different areas for our graders to be able to use when they need it, you know, could be a possibility. But again, you know, you wanna talk about hard rock and how expensive it is, well, we gotta figure out maybe, is there backhauls and that type of thing. I know we're paying backhauls to the Florence quarry, but then we've still gotta use our trucks to bring from Florence to the roads. So if we could get it closer, I'm just saying.
I thought the county had done some stockpiling. a couple
We
months
did.
ago.
We did at the Durham lot, KDOS Durham lot, we put over 2,000 tons there. We put 2,000 tons over north of Lincolnville. That 2,000 tons went out to 290th, east of Lincolnville, and even the blademan out there said it didn't perform any better than regular rock. So no matter where we drop it in the county, we still have to use our own forces with the loaders and trucks and everything else to get it out there too. So
And
we're getting it back
being
here
down on
closer.
help, it's actually contracting to haul it and dump it on the road,
Yeah.
rather than stockpiling it. And, you know, I agree with the methodology, the theory, but when you see a pile of rock, what's the first thing that goes through your head? Why isn't it on my road? It causes a lot of grief. It needs to go on that road. It needs to get on there when it gets brought in the county. And I think we've started to go that route, contracting rock haulers.
That's what we're doing right now.
We just,
50,000 tons.
you know, we just finished a large contract on roads that were determined by Bryce and the road department.
Nick Kraus, do we know, are we gonna know at the end of that approximately what it costs to contract that out? Because we're probably hauling different mileage per load. And do we have any clue what it's costing ourselves to do it?
I can tell you the original contract was about 50,000 tons, I believe was that $300,000?
It was somewhat over that,
Yeah.
320 some thousand,
Yeah.
I believe.
So about $6 a ton.
Right. And that doesn't include the cost of the rock either.
Right, that's the hauling, but
the-
we don't know
the
the
thing is-
mileage, where
yeah.
they're going with them.
The thing is that we're facing is that, especially with contract trucks, I've had several regular other contracted jobs that they can't find trucks either. Guys are actually sitting their trucks at home because of the price of fuel, because they can lose less money by unemployment than they can working their trucks. So, well, I understand that. So that's what we face as far as those trucks as well, so.
Yes.
let's go back to the question of stockpiling rock. It's a good idea, Linda. But if it sets a year, it's not worth it. I mean, I don't know how long two of the other piles, but I watched the Lincolnville pile, and it set a year. And whether we had the people, whether we didn't have the people, you pay for the rock there and it sets for a year. I don't think we're doing anybody any good.
And you're cleaning up the bottom of the pile.
Yeah.
And you
Fines
fines
all
all.
Yeah, that can't happen again. I mean, if we stockpile it and then we come back and within a month or 2 or 3 months, you know, when the time is needed, we use it. But if we're gonna stock it and let it set, I think everybody that you guys have just said, when you drive by, why end it on road? So we've gotta stop that.
Paul Penner, I would contend that's a management problem. That's not an inventory usage problem. The reason why we stockpile in places is to make it easier and quicker to utilize. And so that has to be managed, just like farmers manage hay and grain inventories. It has to be used in order to benefit. And I would agree with you, if it sets a year, yes, you're right. But I think if you're gonna stockpile it, that's intended to be used within 6 months, less than a year.
Mike?
Well, back to the pile at Durham, pile at the South Shop, pile north of Lincolnville. There was more mud than there was rock in that stuff. They couldn't tailgate it. When I tried to haul the Durham pile, it was froze. After sitting there all that time. I tried to haul some once to a couple mud holes east of Lincolnville. I couldn't get it out of my truck. Right now, there's a load of good, hard, 1 inch clean. I'm not sure exactly, but that's delivered sitting in front of my house. Probably the load this fall was $21.50 sitting in front of my house. I'm assuming it's gonna be $2 a ton higher. I haven't been able, they just dropped it Wednesday, so I don't know if that's still available. But it's what's in my house, from my house to the feedlot. Jonah's driven on it, Kent's been out there, Randy's been out there. It's probably the nicest third of a mile in Marion County. Not does it only use all the traffic that comes to my feedlot, my feed trucks run on that up to 12 times a day with 40-some thousand pounds on a single axle truck. Do I mind help? It's had hard rock on it, minimal, twice a year for the last 12 years. Very seldom at the blade. And it takes that feed truck traffic on top of the regular traffic. The rock they put east of Lincolnville, the worst was, it was already mud this deep. Didn't lay it out, didn't pack it all in one time. Criticized for pushing it back that day. I've got tires on my tandems that are already, probably got a year's less use out of them are gonna have, because we had to run on that stuff when it was laid out drier. And why you gotta buy SS5, which has all the fines, all the mud. It ain't rock. And it's got all the big pieces that destroys all your tires. Or at least it does on my equipment. I was gonna try to sit here and not say one word.
Mike, I will add that your piece you're talking about is also on an incline, just like theirs. And so you're not slipping going up the hill. So I
What's the incline got to
test.
do with it?
Well, that's usually where you wind up with the wrong quality,
Right.
that you lock her in 4-wheel drive just to get somewhere.
Right.
Because you're slipping. You're not slipping on your quarter mile to get up that hill that you took care of there. So I was just attesting to that quality.
I graded it up myself 37 years ago, and it stood for 37 years. I can take you to miles and miles and miles that I've graded up in the 3.5 years I worked for the county.
the disarray they were when we worked on them, the disarray they are in them 38 years later. 37.
Chase?
Just a common sense observation, back to Randy's comments, if that rock melts in a pile, what do you think it's gonna do on a road? I mean, and why do more of the same stuff? If it'll melt in the pile, we don't need it on the road.
So
That was the hard rock.
one group that wants stockpile, one group that doesn't.
No.
I don't care.
I don't think that's the comment that he's trying to make. It is,
Whatever's
what
quality
kind of
efficient.
quality did we get at the very beginning? And was someone looking at that before it got dumped? I think that's the question Chase is saying. If it can't come out of the trucks, then we shouldn't have got that rock. So why did we get that rock? Because not all of that rock is gonna look like that.
How much do they dock you for 20% corn moisture, milo moisture, wheat moisture instead of dry? And that rock's not dry. So we're buying what? With what they bought. Laugh at me, Bryce.
I don't know how you buy rock that doesn't.
I bought $70,000 worth of rock. Put it on the
Bring it
road.
down,
Go to the
bring it
next
down,
year.
Mike.
I'm leaving. This is worthless.
All right, let's bring it back on topic. We were talking about hard rock and backhaul
Right,
and stockpile.
right.
Yes, I'm back.
Can I ask a question? How late do our rock trucks run? If you're hauling to Durham, do they gotta haul everything to Durham, or do they haul a short haul at the end of the day to get their hours in?
And talk county.
County-wise, because you're still
Right.
hauling rock, and how efficient are our trucks? Are they setting in back into town at 2:30 because they can't make another run?
We have told them if they get to that situation to run down to the quarry and haul some stuff back to the south shop.
I'm just
for
asking.
emergency storage.
I know years ago, one commissioner followed the trucks around, and they were doing that, going home at 2 o'clock because they couldn't haul another load.
Yeah, like I said before, the county's been through a number of.
I know, but I'm
supervisors.
just
Each one has
asking,
a
I mean, we've
different-
only got short trucks that we need the hours
Right,
on
right.
those trucks.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Mueller, I was, and just to get back on the quality of rock.
Yes.
There are, I mean, we have experienced that, so there's just different qualities.
Yes.
The hard rock, there are different qualities of that hard rock.
Mhm.
So when we sometimes, and I know when they started to re-rock 180th, and they brought a load of rock, hard rock from one of the quarries, you guys all got called from the trucker because he couldn't get it out of the back of the truck. And you guys know that you saw it for yourself. And they brought another, and it was fine. So again, Falcon, I mean, yeah, not
Falcon down to 150.
yes. At the beginning of Falcon, you all were there. You saw
Who
it.
called me? There's two of you sitting right here.
That's two of you.
Because the trucker had called us
Yeah.
and said, we can't get it out of here. I'm not sure this is what you guys really want on this
But
road.
then afterwards, and you bladed it down and everything,
Added some sand with it.
it packed up and it worked, and it's a little better. I don't know today, just I haven't been over that part of it just within the last 2 or 3 months, but.
Still holding up
And I
better-
think that
better than
the
everywhere
statement
else.
I'm trying to make though is someone has to be overseeing instead of just buying a mass amount of rock. We need to be seeing what that rock looks like, just like what we've talked about, that management.
I think that's more a gradation problem though than a soft rock problem. They can sort that out, but it's a gradation issue that we're not getting the same consistency.
Right,
One load won't come out, the next load will.
right.
They're mixing fines with it to get properly what the county ordered, and I don't know that we need to haul that much mud out there. There's already mud out
Right.
there.
Paul?
Yeah, Paul Penner, yes, question for Bryce or whoever. Does the county have the right to reject a load if it's not up to standards, even when delivered?
Sure.
Like in this case, you know, I'm just wondering, instead of actually accepting it and then trying to figure out a way to make it work, I think the onus needs to be back on the seller, the marketer, the producer of that quality. if that's not the specified quality. I know right now we're micromanaging here what you guys are doing, but I think just for discussion, okay? If I haul a load of grain into the elevator, and even if it's dumped and they reject the load, they can reject it. And I mean, and I'm done with that load. I've taken a hit. I think it should be the same way on you guys as, you know, with regards to the seller of that rock.
When rock comes in, is there usually a section man reasonably close behind?
Usually there, especially with this contract. I can tell you, I talked to Sam Harshman about the gradation of this rock. For those of you that may or may not know how the process works on a stockpile, it's run through the crusher, whatever that gradation is put over in a pile, and then in order to make the piles bigger, they have to push it up. Anytime you work with a pile, you will
change the grade.
Yes, so that the other thing that, you know, you obviously have that, you'll typically have your larger particles roll down the outside, so it looks really coarse on the outside. When you get to the inside, that changes. Your moisture changes as well, from the top to the bottom. The other thing we face is that it's out of our hands no matter what quarry we go to. The loadermen are typically they should have been told to try to mix up the pile as much as they can. They're like everybody else. They're being yelled at to be in 4 places at one time. They get you loaded and off they go. So again, it doesn't matter what quarry we go to there. But you know, we've talked about the different gradation, and you know, is there something different? Can we go? Talked about a 1-inch clean rock. 1 inch clean, is that big enough? Will we get the result we want to? Clean rock requires a couple, I don't even know what it is, I'm sure it's another couple dollars more a ton to get it washed. The rock that we deal with around here is a crushed limestone. In fact, it's crushed pretty much everywhere you go. You can get it washed wherever you want to, but it just depends on how many fines are in there. So, I mean, to say that we have absolute control over that, again, if I crawl up into the back of the truck, you know, I can look at a truck and say, hey, there's a problem, and do the same thing with a concrete truck. But what's underneath there, that's the other story. Then once it's dumped, we say, okay, now that you've got it dumped, we're not gonna pay for it. And yeah, we could do that. But again, we look at the fact is we've spent all the effort and money to get it out there to try to do something with, and then we have to have somebody there that's going to make that decision. Would you want to make that decision based on a blade operator that has a year or two of experience? Or would you want to have, you have to have a minimum of 20 years experience to make that decision, or me following every truck there is out there? So, I mean, I understand your concerns.
Yeah.
I definitely do.
Have you ever turned down any rock, any
No.
refused?
Because honestly, the only thing I would turn down a load for, because again, you can't go out there in a pile of rock and, oh, I'm gonna take a sample right here. That is not the proper way to do that. They have set up AASHTO and ASTM and everything else have set up certain ways to make that test, because that is the only way you can make an unbiased test on those samples. So to go out and say, well, this is too wet, or this is too wet, this is too dry, this is too fine, this is too coarse, that's gonna happen because of just the way the particles are.
Any other? Yes.
I would reject a load of rock if it showed up on my road. I don't care what it looks like, but I still think we're hauling way too many fines out, in my opinion.
Anything else on hard rock? If not, we'll move to number 7, blade patching. Before we start into that, the commission has made a very hard effort to move forward on making long-term improvements on paved roads. This year we've done 25 miles, major road improvements. Obviously, we've got a lot of paved roads that are falling apart. We can't get them all. We can't fix 20 years of damage in 1 year. But over the next 5 to 6 years, we hope to have our paved roads in a pretty good place, in a good place. But obviously, with all of the blade patching that has to be done from the damage that's been done in the past, it's a significant job to get all that blade patching done. So yes, it's a big job for our crews to do blade patching. It takes a tremendous amount of time to get out there, do it, to get through the winter, and pull them away to do it. The question on number 7 is, can it be contracted out? It's such a subjective decision. If you want to contract it out, where do they patch? How do they patch? So there's that part of it, and then there's the cost of it. Because bringing a contractor in to do it would be just like doing the side roads on the new Indigo. If we would have contracted that out, it would have cost a phenomenal amount of money. But the county did it, saving taxpayers a lot of money and still getting a good result. So I guess that's my comment on the blade patching, and I'll turn it over then to Bryce.
As far as contracting now, yes, it can be contracted out. Number one, the biggest problem would be finding a contractor that would do it. Contractors are so busy now that a lot of people are bidding work this year saying we may not get it done next year. KDOT, all the way around, all the way across the state, any contractor right now, they're dealing with the same thing, their shortage of help as well. Truck drivers, operators, you name it. So trying to find somebody that would be available to do that is the first problem. In order to do the project with a distributor, 5 trucks, 2 blades, 2 rollers, 2 traffic control, a loader, and a broom, using FEMA rates from 2021, which is, again, FEMA rates, it's a government rate. I can tell you if a contractor doesn't want to do it and he comes in, he's going to charge you considerably more money to do that. In order to blade patch for 8 hours a day, be $7,500. So that's $40,000 a week if you want to do that. Now, when we've been out there, patching as long as we have, it's been what, 8 weeks, 10 weeks. Again, if that's what the commission wants me to do, assuming that I can find somebody to do it, that's what we can do. But that's what we face. And you're talking about, might as well talk about one of these next questions about pulling the blade operators off to run trucks. Again, I have to have CDL drivers to run trucks. And if I don't, I take a lot of my more experienced operators and I put them on the blades or on the traffic control just to fill those positions as well. So, but again, $7,500 a day, or $40,000 a week. That's what the commissioners want to do. If I can find somebody, let me know.
Okay. Comments, questions on blade patching? Yes.
This is Nick Truss. What is it costing us a week to do it?
We've already budgeted that into our system. That price obviously doesn't include the material as well. I don't know if it was last year, 2 years ago. We bought over $1 million worth of cold mix. I think the thing is we need to look at is we need to get past the blade patching and get back into the $30 million worth of asphalt work that needs to be done as well. But without raising taxes or bonding or whatever else, I don't know how that's gonna work.
So what does it cost?
That's my
day.
question. That's how we in agriculture have to look at it. What's the opportunity cost? We know what it costs if we're gonna bid it out, but what exactly is it costing us to do it so that you can look at it and say, is this worth paying a little more or not? And then you have to weigh the cost of how much is it costing us by our roads deteriorating so bad over the summertime while we're patch blading. So it may actually be costing us more.
You gotta factor in your value of lost opportunity.
Right. Yes, it may be costing us more to do it ourselves than the $40,000 a week. If you look at the take the long view, look at the grand scheme of things. I don't, that's how I look at things, but
40,000 seems like a lot, but it may not be. If it
may
takes
not
us
be.
30 or
It may not be.
35, and we can have our equipment on our roads maintaining them, it might be more economical for us.
Yes, Paul Finner. Yeah, until you do that analysis, that comparative analysis, you won't have an absolute answer for that.
Right.
And so you could tell us what you think it is, but that's not fact.
if you don't measure it, you can't manage it.
Yeah.
All right, other comments?
I do think in the near future, just me speaking, I think we are gonna have to
we are gonna have to hire more secondary road rebuild so we can get it done. Because we're facing all of our employees being out on blade patch, chip seal, all that, when we need to be rebuilding some secondary gravel roads. I think we're gonna have to look at budget and see if there's gonna be a possibility there, because that type of work, you know, we may be able to hire some local to do that has the equipment, you know, that where we can't do that on a
that'd
big.
be the way to look at it, you know. Yeah, maybe we can save a lot of money doing our own patch blading, but you can go hire a crew to rebuild dirt roads while our crew's patch blading. That might be the cheaper thing to do.
Well,
If you're gonna have a more difficult time having someone patch blade than maybe a.
We know it's gonna impact the budget.
Right,
But
right.
we gotta get, you know, in order to get, you know, we always say, well, we wanna get 5-10 miles of secondary road rebuilt a year. But like you said, when all of your crew, we're a short crew to begin with, and then you gotta take what you're short and put them out on blade patch, oil, all that, well, you've lost, well, this year, 2 months. So it goes back to some of your thinking there, Nick.
Personally, you know, we don't know how it's gonna pan out, but I'm having high hopes. I'm going back if we did all that microsurface. I'm hoping if it holds up, I think Bryce would agree, if it holds up and it's a valuable asset to us, maybe we can look at more microsurfacing rather than chip sealing. And microsurfacing, we can't do ourselves. That's, well, we could, I suppose, but it requires permitting and certain things. It's just easier to hire the contractor for a little bit more per mile. So we are looking at some of those things, just to be honest with everybody.
One of the things we look at, Kent, though, is that current practice is not allowed, according to our resolutions, that private people are not allowed to work on the roads. Second of all, that now means that we have to go out there, and they're gonna do the same thing. Are they gonna work by the hour? They're gonna have me go out there and explain exactly what needs to be done, you know, trying to find somebody that has the resources available to do that. You know, and then you're still gonna
Yeah, but
have-
there are a lot more small contractors that possibly would have the expertise to do that than when we're doing
You're just talking about
when we're doing over Indian.
We're just talking about rebuilds.
Right.
Contract them out to rebuild, not to maintain, but to rebuild.
No, I'm just talking about rebuild.
Well, I understand, but
Yeah.
my point is that we still, you know, we'd have to allow the special considerations to do that.
You'd be hired.
Right.
Contracts, it'd be contracted chases.
I think Kent's onto something. I think that that's something that could be done, that can just totally reimagine this thing. And that's what you're gonna have to do. More of the same is not gonna work.
I mean, I've talked to road people all across the state. They're having the same trouble as we do. And the only, like you said, the only quick answer is to privatize some of this. Because we're not alone. I talked to one county last week and we're a little bit better shape than them. They're at 50% staffing.
I would just follow up with that, if we are gonna spend that extra money to contract those secondary roads out, that we make it a very high priority to train the blade guys to proper techniques. Because that's the biggest thing too, is once you get them secondary roads, you can make them things last longer with proper common sense techniques.
With that, I'm gonna move right into the next question, which I think is a very, very appropriate point, is the training of our blade operators. I think that every single person in this room agrees that a good section man will make the county money. And the section man that doesn't know what he's doing can cost us millions in a very short time. I think we all agree on that. And I know Bryce has tried very hard to get some programs in place for training. Of course, with COVID, you know, who wanted to come in and get in a cab with that put everything on hold, but things are opening back up. I know you've been scheduling more training to try to get opportunities for these guys. We've had a lot of new people come in. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to explain the training programs.
Well, yes, we've sent, especially our beginning operators, to training in Manhattan. they came back, even some of them with several years of experience said they had got good training out of it, or good information out of it.
When was that? Sorry to interrupt.
5 months ago?
No, it was longer than that.
But it was
I can't-
this year?
I think so.
Okay.
But anyway, that
Talked
was,
to a couple of them.
yeah,
good.
that was put on by the LTAP or KU, the Transportation Committee, whatever it is. But, you know, as far as training employees, we put them in a blade. And obviously, there's two things with a blade is, number one, you have to want to run a blade. You just can't put anybody in a blade. Second of all, you have to have the capabilities to go out there and, you know, manage what's going on. We go out there and we send them out to the south shop for a couple days, and we blade around there so that they can tear up what they want to. We always have a trainer with them, and when the operator and the trainer feel comfortable, we basically tell them, said, okay, there's nothing like on-the-job training. So we go out there because every road is different, whether it's dirt or rock or drainage or hills or rock or whatever else. The best thing to do is just go out there and start working it. There's no different than a hired man that you hire, you put out there, and you know, it takes a while. He's got 20 years of experience, you can let him go and pretty much get the job done. So I don't really know what else the training could be. We've had CAT come in before in the past to work with the guys. You know, so again, when it comes to the training, you know, I feel we're doing it. I've never had anybody come to me, you know, I wish I'd have been trained a lot more. I've never had anybody say that, whether that's right or wrong, but, you know, we care what these guys say and do, and, you know, we try to take care of whatever they want. I guess that totally blew my mind that they get no training, so.
Okay, if it's not a training issue, then maybe it's a management issue. And after training, maybe we should follow up, kind of micromanage them guys. I mean, isn't that part of what a manager's supposed to do? Because, yeah, I have hired men, and I've tolerated training, or, you know, I've done that stuff, but at the end of the day, I can catch them doing things they're not supposed to be doing or should have done differently.
Just Whiteman, how once they're trained and you know, well-trained and aware of the equipment and know what they're doing, is there a certain amount of miles of road or work that they're expected to get done in a certain amount of time in an 8-hour day?
Again, it depends on the road, what are they doing? You know, if you're rebuilding a road, it's gonna take you a day or two to, you know, get that more done. If you're blading roads, I've got guys that can go out and they tell me they can do 20 miles a day. In order to do that, they have to be flat moving, and then my question is, okay, we do 20 miles a day, was it done right? Mm-hmm. And honestly, I do. I'm out driving around and I'll notice things and I'll call these guys. And you can ask almost every one of them that there's been times that I've called them and said, what are you doing here? You know? So, yeah, I understand that, but we'd like to say a good average is 10 miles a day.
If they're flat maintaining a road, not rebuilding, maintaining, and we're not getting 10 miles a day out of someone, what do we do? I mean, I hate to pay somebody else more money, but if we can get someone in here and pay $40 an hour and, like you said, get good help, and we get 10 miles a day, it was just commented that a good maintainer can cost us millions, or a bad one cost us million, a good maintainer, you know, is that something we need to reimagine or rethink or relook at? If they're not doing a right job, let's get rid of them. I mean, I don't think anybody in here needs a buddy. You know, if that's an option to look at, do we need to pay more money? I don't know. It's just the thought.
He's been telling us that quite a bit lately.
Well, maybe he's right. Maybe he's right on that. I don't know.
So far, the commission hasn't moved on.
Grouse, I think there's really two questions here, and I don't know that I'm questioning that they're not trained on how to run a machine, but it's the training on what a road should look like when they're done. Where does that come from?
Well, again, you know, we've talked about, you know, what it takes to fix up these roads. You know, and again, you talked about things haven't changed 20, 30 years, whatever else. Well, I'm guessing that this whole process started back then and hasn't been improved. I mean, I understand that, but I can tell you that 20, 25 years ago, they had, what, 24 sections? So the guys only had half the miles to take care of. They were able to work on that. Well, due to losing help and the money and everything else, now we're down to 12 sections, and we can't even keep 12 sections full. But yeah, I mean, if I could hire whoever, you know, I mean, honestly, the guys don't work here for the money. They work here that they're home at night, they're getting benefits, you know. If they wanted to make more money, I guarantee if they wanted to travel, they could go somewhere else, but they don't want to. And that's what we face. I can tell you, I visited, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, I actually visited North Central Kansas Technical School in Beloit about seeing about getting operators. Guy said, no disrespect, but he says, as a county, you don't have a chance. He said, these guys are hired by contractors sometimes several months to 6 months before they graduate, and they get 25, 30 bucks an hour. They travel, they work 50, 60 hours a week. In the wintertime, when they go on unemployment, they come home on unemployment. We can't, well, I say it's tough to compete against that. So, I mean, I've looked at, I mean, I tried to get internships with them and everything else just to try to get help, but, you know, these young kids today, all they want is dollars per hour. They don't care about benefits, they don't care about retirement.
Don't have to care about benefits when you stay on parents' insurance till
Well,
26.
sure.
And that's a good argument towards privatization, because you're not paying holiday pay, you're not paying them today when it's raining. You know, you're all these days.
Well, trust me, even if it rains, we have enough stuff to keep busy. I mean, if it's cleaning out culverts, whatever else, that's something that we can do as long as it's not too wet. The biggest problem with that is the blading, if it's too wet. You know, of course, it's hurt us in this last, you know, I mean, we haven't had a reasonable rain in what, 4 months, whatever it is. That's hurt us as much as anything as well. Today'd be a great day that once it's done raining and it's not too much, be a great
Hard
day.
roads.
Yeah,
The hard roads.
yeah.
won't be needed.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And
You know,
they
so-
probably won't.
But, you know, like I said, when it comes to training, we do whatever we can. You know, we're trying to give these guys reasonable equipment to do the jobs, and, you know, so.
Alluding back to the internship that Bryce had mentioned and how, you know, we just haven't had any luck out of the VOTEX. I do know of one county that they lost when the oil price was real high. Well, this has been the last 10 years. This county lost all of their blade men to the oil field. They had the same trouble. They thought they could go to the VOTEC and try to get some operators, couldn't do it. So they actually started an internship with the seniors in high school that might have an interest in learning something like that. And, you know, with the emphasis on vocational training nowadays, I'd like to see if we could work out something with the high schools in Marion County. Is there an individual or two senior that might have some interest in heavy equipment that could at least start that process, you know, and see if we could get, not to say they don't go to VOTEC because they probably do need some of that training, but to see if we can somehow get a few of those kids maybe tied down that want to stay in Marion County.
Best economic development we got is if we can keep them here.
You know, and I know we got kids in this county that can run equipment anyway, because there's a lot of farm kids, so, you know, if they can learn the technical side of running some of that equipment.
They're probably gonna go back to the farm, because they're short too.
We're all short.
Dwight Fleming, you know, I think we've talked about, you know, Bryce just said, you know, well, we used to have 24, now we're down to 12, and, you know, if we continue that trend, we know that we're going down to 6. You know, we got to reimagine how we're going to do this, because we have roads that in that process of going, you know, in that time frame, we used to drive into our fields, and now I can't get off of the road into my field because of the way the roads have been designed and what they've come to. That's a common problem. I think that's the root of, it's kind of like, okay, so what kind of a road are we trying to get to? Our road system right now is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. I mean, we've seen it in the last 15 years. What we're doing is not sustainable. Are we just gonna say we're accepting that? Or are we gonna say, as a county, we wanna have a different model moving forward? It's not working. And we've identified challenges, we've identified, personnel, equipment. Somehow, we gotta get beyond that and figure out what will work, because we have anecdotal evidence all across the county. It is not working. We have isolated areas where the roads have been improved, and I appreciate the work that Bryce has done to get them to that. We do have that, and we haven't talked much about that today, but I do want to recognize that there are areas where we have seen some positive movement, some good road rebuilds. We've seen what that does, and we know that it can be done, but it comes at a cost. And what that is gonna mean for Marion County, who's gonna step up and take a leadership and make sure that we get moving in that direction rather than moving in the direction that we have been going, where we will, farmers want good roads to get into the fields, and we're to the point where we cannot access the fields unless we go across the neighbor's property. And that's not an isolated case by any means. That's what we're facing out there. We gotta get permission to go across someone else's field who happens to be down the hill or on a flatter area. The ditch isn't quite, it's not a ditch. The cliff on the edge of the road is passable.
I know there's one you don't want to get off the road.
That's a common problem, and so I feel for these blade men to come in, work on Chisholm Trail, try and get it to a point where we're getting ditches. That's a huge task.
Well, the road's down here and the culvert's up here.
No, the road's down here.
The waterway has to
So those are the things that Bryce has to, he has to face with his crew. The commissioners have to figure out, okay, how can we provide the resources, the criteria, so that that's gonna work moving forward? Because obviously, what's happening is there's problems out there that are not being moved in the right direction.
Just that Eagle, we had landowners, everybody jumped on board, let dirt be taken off. Turned out great, but now they're starting to worry about taking too much dirt down to those culverts and it washing away and then rebuild. What you're saying, same thing over and over again. It's great now, but 10 years is it gonna be back to the way it was because we're not changing something?
Sorry, there's behind you, Paul, sorry.
Well, one thing I know, the dirt roads a lot now, our stuff's wider than it used to be. It takes me 17 feet to 18 feet to get the combine down the road. And some of your roads aren't that wide, and you put all the grass you just took off the edges on the other side, and I can't get down that road. 'Cause it's bouncing so bad down the road. And, I'm glad the roads are getting scraped. Some of those roads need to be just flat. The grass gotta get close to the edge of the road, not in the middle of the road.
All right, now Paul.
Okay, Paul, yes. I think one classic road for me is 230th from K-15 west, and maybe 2 miles west all the way. There's places where if a guy wants to drive just from one field to another one, just within that area, and you got the header on, you can't do it because the edges of the field of both ditches are higher than the road, and you can't even do it. It's impossible. Yeah. And I suggested at one of the early meetings that we had at the CGNS office that we talk to landowners and consider widening the easement for those particular problems. And you know what? I had comments that poked fun at that idea because they thought that was crazy, giving the government some more power here. But this would solve that problem. you know, if you widen the easement a little bit, I've driven, I know this tells you where I've been, but in Minnesota, I've driven some county roads, gravel, I don't know if there is what I call a mud road in Minnesota, in that area, Nicollet County. Those roads rival our state highways. And I understand, tax base, you know the whole story. But if they can do it, that they can solve the problem and keep those roads maintainable, I don't understand why we cannot at least achieve a fraction of that. And to me, it's the ideas of maybe being more flexible on some ideas. Here's where we need wider easements so we can fix that problem, and then we make sure we maintain it. You know, because neglecting is what has put us in this place.
I would like to address that. Almost every one of these county roads and the easements, whatever else, were made in the mid-1900s. When tractors were small, combines were small, trucks were small.
Fords were driving.
You know, and so now we are still trying to deal with the same thing, culvert size. Most of the culverts out there that we've had to try to replace culverts have been 20 foot, 24 foot. Doesn't meet the current requirement. It's a lot more difficult for you to work that way, especially with semi trucks. So now I've got an entire county full of these situations trying to replace them. Same thing with land. Now I can tell you, I don't know, I'm just gonna throw this out there based on the entire United States is, you go back to both coasts, they don't have dirt roads. They don't have rock roads. Everything's paved. Because they don't have as many roads, they may have a higher tax basis, they can keep that up. We're just the opposite. We don't have the tax basis, we've got all these quarters or these section roads around. That's what hurts us. In order to go back and buy an extra easement or whatever else for these roads you're talking about, would be just almost an impossibility. Because what roads would you choose to do that on? I'm not saying that road in particular, but well, I've got that over here, and attorney-wise and everything else, because all that stuff, when we buy that property, it has to be appraised and everything else, fences moved and whatever else. I understand that. I also understand the concern is that you guys have bigger combines, bigger tractors, bigger headers, that you'd like to go down the road to get to those places without taking that off. I understand without taking that header off, that's an extra time and expense and possibility of liability for whatever happens. So anyway, I don't know what the answer is, but I mean that's just what we face. And the same thing with our asphalt roads. They were designed, with some of them were rock roads. They've been blade patched, road patched, chip sealed, whatever else. They're maybe an inch or two wide, and now we're running trucks 80,000 plus down the road, higher speeds than what they ever designed at, and our roads aren't ready for that. So that's why we're falling behind, and I don't know what the answer is without, I think we're even after these $5 million in the bond we've looked at, we've still got almost $30 million worth of asphalt work that needs to be done. So, again, we're dealing with a tax basis that isn't getting any bigger either. So.
Yeah, just in response, I used to drive truck for Countryside Feed, and I went to a lot of rural areas. If you go, I've delivered feed to around Victoria, Kansas, and that's strictly rural. Well, there's some good roads out there, and I was amazed. I could literally drive a 30-foot header down a road if I wanted to, and still pass a car.
Wow. Well, that's great.
It's amazing what some people, some counties do have a different mentality, that they recognize the importance of a road for rural economy, for the small town economy.
Right.
But it's very possible, and I understand. Yeah, you got to take care of the easements, and some people don't like the idea. But if you sell the idea on the fact that you can actually drive your combine, you don't need to put a header on, but you can drive a combine with duals. That's like Charlie said, 18 feet, and you can still pass somebody safely. And I think we need to have that mindset. We've got to do something different because it's not working.
I observed that this spring too, and although it's like, they've got like 90 feet wide easements there, and they're running three maintainers in a row, 3 passes, on these roads. It'd be great. They don't have, I mean, ask them when the last big rain they had was. Ask them how many hills they had to deal with.
Yes.
I mean, it was beautiful.
I
I had the same thought, although maintaining our roads so we can run 30, 36, 40-foot headers down the road, forget it. We don't.
Exactly, I agree.
That is I have a problem with that. I mean, it doesn't take, I mean.
Most of your new headers, I'm not gonna say
Take them off.
existing ones.
Take them off.
New headers
Here-
all have your wheels that
Here's the deal though.
you tow it.
I drove down 160th with the combine without the header. You couldn't pass anybody.
No,
Somebody had to get off the road for you to get through.
I did
So
that
that's,
the other day.
that's the difference right now what we have.
I just want to say that I think we need to go back, exactly what Chase said, we've got to think this a little differently. That is in the past. Well, we've got to get easement rights, we've got to get that. But I remember in that, when we had that big meetings, one of the recommendations was that the county commissioners, the road and bridge, if they work with the landowners on both sides, many, many times, if they know, just like Paul said, they're gonna have a better road at the end, they're pretty well gonna say, let's do it. And if they don't, then let's move to the next mile, because they probably will. I mean, to say that nobody will, then nothing's getting done.
I would agree with you, that it's.
You need
Yeah.
a
But
little more room.
But then the problem is if we're gonna do that, we have to give everybody to buy in, otherwise we'll do a quarter mile here, a quarter mile here, a quarter mile here. But yes, we do contact a lot of landowners to get that done. And I think it's a wonderful thing to do.
I think we're off in the weeds a little bit. 15 years ago, 25 foot was a big hit. 15 years from now, everybody's gonna have a 40, so.
45.
45.
Yeah, I was gonna say, standard's 39, ain't it?
When it comes to width of the road, let's concentrate on the road, and when it comes to rock, all I need is 12 foot down the middle.
I want 17.
Well, I gotta build it for tomorrow.
Well, with that.
What about bridges?
I know, that's terrible.
Bridges is the next one.
Well,
And then you
yeah,
gotta go
one
around the
thing
tree
I would
with that,
say
but
is,
you
just
really
simply
found
say,
someone
like the rural water district did when they first signed everybody up. Some people thought that was the stupidest idea they could do. Guess what? Those people are now buying water rights so that they could hook on. And it's expensive. And I would say, you know what, if landowners will grant you the easements, even give it to you, maybe, perhaps, provided they're gonna get a better road. Those other people that say no, not only no, but heck no, okay, you just go on and you let that development take place somewhere else.
I'm gonna try to move things along, we've got about 18 minutes, 17 minutes left, any more questions? I'm guessing that wraps up training, is the topic we were on.
I know.
That's all right, good discussion. The next one is being down employees, where is the money that's been budgeted going? For that one, I'm gonna turn to Tina, put you on the spot. Surprise!
Well, the budget hasn't been reduced in Road and Bridge, but there has been a shift to more on the gravel road line items, to try to buy more rock, and the contractual line items.
Actually, that's where a lot of it went to, is the contract, instead of doing employee payments, we're doing the contract payments.
Yeah, so the budget hasn't been reduced by the personnel amount, but it's just shifting within the fund.
So any other questions on that? Okay, number 10, money budgeted for continuous purchasing equipment. What is the equipment being used for? I think most of the equipment we've been doing is upgrading maintainers. That's been a significant investment. Obviously, those maintainers are being used or needed. It's an upgrading process because, like the roads, the equipment has gotten behind and needed to be upgraded. So we've spent significant funds, and I'm glad, I certainly think it was a good investment at the time because prices, as you know, have gone up significantly. So being able to continue that is going to be more of a challenge. And that's part of the problem of being behind that you've all been making today. more you're behind on the roads, the more it's gonna cost in the future. The more the commission was behind on upgrading equipment, the more it's costing us now. So I guess in my analysis of that question is, yes, we are trying to thoughtfully improve and upgrade equipment, and that equipment is being used. I think there was in one of our commission discussions, there was some challenging about number of trucks, that if we're contracting more rock hauled, maybe we don't need as many trucks. But at the same time, when we need the trucks, we need every one of them in those type of cases. So if there is any surplus equipment, we've been moving it, which obviously has been getting a really good return. So when we would get a new, we upgraded 3 graders, 4? 4. We've upgraded 4. So instead of having to have 3 reserve graders, because there was always 2 broke down, we don't have to have as many reserve graders.
And we've also gotten rid of a 120, and the new ones we're picking up are 140s.
Well, they're called a 140, they're still the old 12, but it's the next step up.
So the machine is getting bigger.
So I
To
guess
help accommodate taking over from, 20 sections to 12. You gotta start increasing your machinery too.
does that answer the question on budgeting for equipment, or are there follow-ups on that? Number 12, stated in the 2019 plan, we have 600 miles of dirt road. Down in employees, dirt road's probably not going to be touched. How to respond to that one?
I guess I would like to say, as a commission, you need to tell me what you want to consider priority, dirt, rock, or asphalt. And that's what I'll concentrate on. So right now, we're trying to cover everything, and most of these people are agriculture based. The dirt and rock work will be obviously their higher priority, but look at the amount of traffic and the speed of traffic, it'd be the asphalt roads. So with the resources I have, that's.
Commissioner.
That's good. I'm too young, but back when we had, I see how you- back when we had 24 sections, you guys remember how often did our roads get pulled? Was it once a month?
No, more than that.
Probably more than that.
Let's say once a month.
A
So
week,
with
2
half
weeks.
as many sections now, they should be getting pulled every 2 months, and that is not happening.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering that's simple math. What happened? And those were smaller blades too.
Oh,
I mean, they
were
probably
blading
couldn't.
in doing the.
Didn't have air conditioning either.
Blacktop roads back then, 20, 30 years ago, were they?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know for sure, but I know we have had a full culvert crew in the past, two culvert crews actually. And we're basically down to 2 guys on the culvert crew. And that's usually just one because he's run the backup. But I also know they had more guys to do the mowing, the tree trimming, and obviously if you had 2 culvert crews. Again, it's the amount of resources that you had at the time that you could do that. So, yeah,
Speaking of culverts, a neighbor of mine said that 20, 30 years ago, the graders all had some equipment on them that was really good for the culverts, the grader, the guys running the graders. It was called a shovel.
Yes, yeah.
I saw the culvert getting blocked up, they
Sure.
stopped and cleaned it out.
Sure, and honestly, I say the same thing. If I drive by and I see a bunch of stuff pushed off in there, I say, guys, you guys are shooting yourselves in the foot by doing this. Causing the water to back up and therefore it silts in and, yeah, I mean, yeah.
But by saying that, is anything done? Is there
Well,
an
I mean,
action step taken? I mean,
It comes down to the fact is, yeah, we go back and make sure that was done, but, unless I'm, just to say that every one of them was caught is that, are they, without me following them up, do they catch all of them? Probably not. Honestly, I've asked my guys, I said, do you go back and drive these roads when you're done? Most of them say, yeah, and I said, but do you have your spouse drive them? Oh, no, I'm not gonna have my spouse drive it, because who's gonna give you the most, constructive criticism? Can we do things better? I'm sure we can. Without following them up every day or whatever else. But yeah, and I can tell you that when Steve's out, he's doing the same thing, so.
I've stopped on Diamond just for what it matters and saw a windrow and got the shovel out and actually got caught by 2 people and made fun of me for being a commissioner digging out that windrow, but.
Well, and another thing that that I get very upset about is, if we do have a windrow, we've got to cut weed poles. Worst thing you do is keep the water on that road. That's exactly what we're trying to get rid of. And I've called guys, wait a minute, you need to go back and do that. I've got guys that are absolutely adamant, they'll put them every 250 feet. Then other people, you got to call again and say, man, you got to do this. So.
Didn't you make that part of your?
Yes, I actually made that a part of the yearly evaluation this year. That if I catch them not doing that, they're going to get written up for it.
I can tell when I get into Chase County.
Yep.
Because the windows have wherever they need one. Not if it's flat, they don't.
Right.
But we're on a hill, they.
Yeah. And I will tell you that Tom and I talk an awful lot, pass things back and forth. He said the same thing. He's absolutely adamant about making sure that it's done. So.
The last rain we had, that 2-inch rain, was it 2 months ago?
6 months.
6 months.
2 years ago. Depends on where you were.
Yeah, there was one windrow that was holding a lot, and I can't remember which road it was, but the water covered the entire road all the way up.
All it needed was
just one week pole. Yeah,
that's all it takes. Yes, go ahead.
Before we run out of white plumbing, Bryce, are there things that you would like to see us as landowners to make it more productive for your crew to be out there? I mean, we're in this together, ultimately. How can we move to the next step? Because we know that we've identified the ways that we aren't moving forward.
Right. Very interesting question. I do appreciate that. But honestly, not getting as big equipment, not getting as big of trucks.
Go back to Model T.
Yes, go back to Model Ts. That's what I'm facing, is just trying to keep up with those issues. You mentioned the bridge ratings, 10-ton bridges and whatever else is. Well, those bridges have been under 70 years when they wouldn't dreamed of taking a 10-ton vehicle across there. Now you can't tell me a piece of equipment weighs less than 20,000 pounds. But again, when I turn around with all those resources, to say that I don't want you to drive across them, I don't want you to drive across them, but I know you're going to, because of that. I understand it as far as doing that. You're talking about can we feasibly continue our system? You're talking about we're not doing as much as we can. Well, we've mentioned about getting rid of roads, whether that's dirt, rock, asphalt, whatever else. First thing we think, well, I go down that road once a day to get to my cattle. So again, I understand that, but by getting rid of those roads on if you want to say a mass basis, everybody all my peers and stuff that we've talked about blading and stuff like that, the amount of roads, they said, man, that's crazy. We don't even like 60 to 80 miles, like we talked about before with all the sections. So I understand that. I just don't know what that would be, and I do appreciate, a lot of you guys we've talked to and you've been good to work with and things like that, we appreciate that. When we can't get enough resources to those points to do that work, that can be difficult. So,
Mrs. Reddy. Dwight, first thing I heard from all of you that has crops, okay, come wheat or harvest season, you want your road fixed. Bryce, how do we do it today? Because, and I would hope that 3 or 4 weeks, 5 weeks ahead of harvest, it always comes so quick. You get out of spring and all of a sudden wheat harvest is here. That's 5 weeks from May to June, middle of June. I was going to tell them I was going to ask you how many of you call in and ask for a road that's at back road that you want done?
I will tell you quite a few.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have a lot of people, and a lot of people say, I'm gonna be done in 2 weeks. Give us plenty of time.
Okay,
So-
so how do you handle that then?
We make sure to follow up the blade mints and, you know, and a lot of times these people have already contacted their own blade man. And honestly, I think that's the best thing to do, is say, hey, I'm gonna need this road, such, you know, I'm hoping these guys write them down or whatever else. But yeah, as far as that goes, there's been some great people that have called in to let us know.
Okay. Well,
And ahead of, the problem with harvest time is that time frame in between. You know, we may blade the road one time and nobody really needs it for 3 weeks later, when in the meantime something's rained or whatever else and changed that.
Then the next question is your new system that we're
Mhm.
just putting into all the graders and stuff, and I heard from one of them this weekend that sort of liking it,
Mhm.
hasn't got it all accomplished yet. But is that grader operator gonna have time when these folks call in for a hole, whether it be for field or get to crop, or like you're talking about mud holes on your road, when they call that in, is the grader operator gonna be able to say, I need a load of rock here?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
The-
and what kind of time frame can he do that in?
Well, and again, that idea comes down to the fact is, like I said, right now in the last 3-4 months, all we've been doing is chip sealing and blade patching. But there has been days when for instance, our distributor's broke now, so they're doing other things. But yeah, we can get that out there. I mean, and it frustrates me that the blade man said, well, I called it in the office and we didn't get that. I don't buy that, for whatever reason, because Steve and I are absolutely adamant about that's not the way that's supposed to be.
We hear that, at least we have
Yeah.
heard up till this
Yep.
last 6 months, we've heard that, you know, we can't get it, we can't get rock, so.
Yeah, and that's, like I said, that really frustrates me.
Okay.
I'd
Last
like to
couple of minutes.
allude back to just a short, to what Dwight was talking about, county and the landowners working together. I know a lot of times I'm driving down the roads and we talk, we got ditch issues. But why in the world is a fence down in the ditch? I've been out with Peters, and I said to them, "How's come your fences are so far back?" Well, Van says, "Well, that's where it's supposed to be." But and I'm driving down these other roads, and we got fences down in the ditch, and then as the ditch is filling up, we're farming that.
Well, I can tell you that. They built a ditch on my land.
They do.
So I quickly had a survey done and put the fence where it goes.
Okay.
I mean,
But I'm saying we've got a lot of fences in this county that are on the easement or in the easement. I just saw a brand new one that was built and the corners are in the bottom of the ditch. That can't be on their property.
All right, we got 2 minutes left. Linda, you
I
want to
just,
wrap up?
I just want to go back to number 11, because you said
Okay.
number 11.
Yep.
And it said, you see in your meeting notes that roads have been minimally maintained for years are now being questioned on closing because it's gonna cost too much to fix. But if they would have been maintained, they might still be viable. So how long do we wait about fixing a road before now we wanna close them? Because that is a big issue for a lot of our, especially in the southwestern part of this and up in, north of Lehigh in those areas. They have been so minimally maintained, if it maintained at all. So now they go in and it's like, wow, these are really gonna cost expensive. We're gonna have to close them. Well, we can't close them. There's landowners on both sides that have gotta use them. So we gotta come up with, back to Chase, we gotta come up with a different idea. We gotta think tank this through. So we can't just let it go and then we wanna close them.
Yes, and I just want to add to that just a little bit, because I, for one, we can't get semis in to get cattle out. And I have been calling and talking to Bryce, and my husband's even been talking to Steve Hudson now, on this particular road, Clover and 290th. Now the trees have grown in, the plum trees or whatever they're called, into the road. You can't even get a pickup down that road, let alone a semi to take the cattle. I don't know what we're gonna do. I have no idea how we're gonna do it. In fact, the last conversation that I know he had with Steve, we're gonna hire somebody to go in and do the job and then send the county the bill. Because we've been asking for months and years, and that road has not been maintained for several years at all.
And who
So-
else uses the road, or how many other people use the road?
There's other ones down past this particular patch, and honestly, I don't know who they are. And there's a hay meadow on the, west side, he gets in there and stuff too. And in fact, there was one year that we actually, and I'm ashamed to say this, but we had to go through his hay meadow and come out the other end to cut across into the gate. Now that since now has been blocked off. But there is no excuse, and if the county can't maintain the road, we can do it, and we'll do it. You know, but I understand now you said that individual people can't even maintain their own road, so you kind of even held our hands tighter to where we just can't get to our properties.
There's an application process if you're gonna maintain the road.
You know, this summer I trimmed the trees between the Pilsen Road and 230th, because when we pull up there, you can't see and that traffic is flying on that road. And I don't care what happens, I will do that so that my wife doesn't die when she, I mean, that is an issue that is, I mean, you'd throw me in jail, that's fine.
Vegetation was excluded.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, we'll go in there with 22K and we'll kill it back so that we can see, because she can't drive down, I mean, those are some issues.
And we appreciate that, we do, and we all are cutting.
We all, you know, I
the
mean,
road
it's
ditches
just,
or something we all do.
but we shouldn't, should we have to do that? I mean.
There was one last round.
I was just gonna say the thing about having everybody maintain roads all out the county. How do we expect Bryce to I mean, you gotta have a standard quality of, I mean, you can't just say, okay, my standard is gonna be different than Paul's, and Paul's gonna say he wants it.
I want a 40-foot.
You know, and I'm gonna wanna have the windrow on the right side, he's gonna wanna have it always on the left side.
Down the middle.
Mowing my yard,
If we're gonna allow it'd be just like Wild West out there, have everybody.
Pretty well is anyway, it's Wild West.
All right, last comment.
Yeah, I just, Paul Penner, I just wanted to say, like, my experience, like with clear in northern Marion County from K-15 east, it's very minimally maintained on Marion County's portion, that 2 mile. And the sunflowers grow to 6-8 feet tall, and then the maintainer goes by and blades them down and puts them in a windrow, and you've got clumps this high. And so it makes it more difficult for tractors, combines, and whatnot to go through. I would say if it's maintained a little more often, I think the dirt roads, most of the dirt roads, even with the ditches the way they are, they would be acceptable. You know, most people have said that, but I think we just need to kind of use a little bit more common sense on that issue to make sure that we're happy and we're not calling Bryce or you or somebody. And we're really willing to work with the commission and Bryce to get things done. Because we own the land, we're paying the taxes.
All right, well, thank you all for coming in and appreciate your comments and your input. Go back and enjoy the rain.
There's no answer.
Thank you
You were
for
on
the
that side.
opportunity to
File and claims to have your own.
Hey, cowboy, where's your guns?
Yes, no problem.
There are, just about everybody,
They track you down.
He's got a pass.
Yeah, I got a pass today.
Okay.
This conference will now be recorded.
Very good. We'll begin with the flag salute. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone, to the October 24th Marion County Commission meeting. We always begin with public forum, so is there anyone who'd like to make some public comments? Yes, come up to the microphone and state your name for those online, please, Brian. Byron, sorry. See?
I'll correct you.
Very good. Thank you.
Byron Lang. I live at the county lake. I got two matters that I wanted to comment about today. The first one is from about 11 a.m. yesterday till 6 a.m. this morning. I was involved in the fire from 150 that burned all the way to Middle Creek Road. I just want to say how thankful we are for the volunteer crews that we have. The Army that showed up, we had volunteer organizations from everywhere. I mean, I can't name them all. The number of men and women that gave up their afternoon to fight that fire, and it was horrendous. If they wouldn't have stopped that fire where they did, it would have gone to I-70. It was tracking so fast, it was amazing. And if there's ever any question about the amount of money or the kind of equipment that they're buying, and they've got some of those, I call them military-sized trucks or whatever they have. When you get into the terrain that we have out there, you could not have done it without those machines. So I just wanted to express my gratitude to those people and just for anybody else involved of what transpired. Up until 6 o'clock this morning, I was still out there. There were still fires. There were still smoldering, big piles that were smoldering until this rain started. And it wasn't until then that I was comfortable and were over with. So, second matter, and I think Mitch and I are here for some of the same reasons. For the same reason, we've observed and have been told, we've observed at the county lake that there's a sign that's gone up about the Veterans Memorial, stating there's a Veterans Memorial, and we've also been told that there's going to be a groundbreaking coming up. And I guess our question is what has transpired? When there's a groundbreaking, to me that means that there's been approval of a project, that there's money in hand, that there's a plan in place, that there's indemnities that it's going to happen, and there's parameters, and we've not been informed of any of that. So I guess our question is what's going on, and why is there a groundbreaking that's transpiring there? And why is a sign up? To my knowledge, nothing's been approved as far as them actually having this. My recollection was this commission said, we will consider it, you bring us a plan to approve, and then we'll go forward. To my understanding, we're nowhere near that. So I guess I'm asking, what's going on?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that too, because we got the invite to the groundbreaking.
Okay, you told us
It's
before
on
we saw the invitation.
on November 11th.
Well, I didn't know if we'd be allowed to comment after she told you. Sorry.
That's great.
You stole her thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's first class.
Yeah,
I hadn't heard anything either.
Yeah, and
I thought I was kind of on the committee that doing this to the VFW. You were there.
Yeah.
Probably the last time I was. I haven't heard boo.
So that's the last, I guess, at this point, what we'll do is we'll reach out to the committee and get information and then let you know.
Okay.
But that is the first we've heard of it.
Okay. I will again opine, I don't think it's too late for this commission to reconsider this. In my experience and in my opinion, you're setting a very dangerous precedent in doing this. It has not been designated as a Veterans Memorial. It's been designated as we're doing this for a nonprofit group. There's unlimited numbers of nonprofit groups that can walk into this room and ask for like consideration. And if you go forward with that, you're not going to have a lot of grounds to go backwards on it. The other thing is I brought to your attention that this lake, one, it was voted on by the population of the county. In my opinion, and I wish you would seriously consider that if any changes are made to the lake and to the recreational use of this lake, that it go back to a vote of the county. To me, that's only right. it was founded on that. If anything's gonna change, it should go back to that foundation. Brad has opined that there's a definition of recreational use, can be interpreted in different ways. If you have not reviewed that definition personally, I would highly encourage you to do so, because if you can interpret building veterans memorials as part of recreational use, I don't know how you get there, but that's my opinion.
Okay.
So, but I thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
And again, anybody you know that's on the volunteer forces, I was really impressed with everything they did, so.
Good. Thank you for your comments. Fire. Mitch, did you have?
No, he nailed it. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any public comments from online?
No.
No. All right. Agenda approval. Let's add a session at the end for county councilor. Does that sound good?
County councilor is on the agenda at 2:30.
Yeah, it's on there,
Yep,
2:30.
there it is.
But can we add an executive session for personnel?
Yes.
That's what I was gonna ask for.
Okay. Anything else? All right, agenda is approved. We'll move into administrative. Any other invitations?
Before they show up and tell us?
Goodness.
That was kind of-
Actually, yes, there is one from Dickinson County for the combined
Oh,
joint
commission.
district commission
Yep.
meeting.
Yep.
You know, I brought that up one day, but didn't talk anymore about it. That
Okay.
is scheduled for Monday, November 7th at 6 o'clock at the county courthouse in Abilene.
Put me down.
Okay, does everyone think they're gonna try to make that, or?
What time, 6?
6 o'clock, you'll have dinner, and then they'll go into discussion. That's Monday night, November 7th.
And you said the courthouse, right?
Yes, it says at the Dickinson County Courthouse in Abilene. Okay, okay,
Yeah, I think it.
that worked for you, Jim?
Yeah, just trying to remember what was else was on the, I had something good though, but I think.
It's the day before the election,
I'll
in
be
case
back.
you're interested.
Well, I was worried about the meeting in Goodland because I was thinking, I can't be going, and then, yeah. It's,
Let's go to Nebraska.
I got a advisory board meeting in Goodland.
So is that a yes for everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Becker, are you planning to go to that? Okay.
Thank you, Tina.
All right, I will let
Are we
them
having
know.
a meeting on the 7th of November?
The day before.
You mean, are you gonna have a commission meeting on that day?
Yeah.
No.
It would be nice if you didn't.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay.
That's normal meeting, yeah.
I know, but it's election.
We don't
Oh,
have
wait.
it for election day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Super
It's-
Tuesday's the next day.
Oopsie. It'd be nice not to, so can we say no meeting that day?
No meeting. Yeah, I'm already loaded. I'm already loaded that day.
But
All
you-
right.
You gotta send us an email.
To
on
remind
Monday.
you,
Monday.
don't show up. I do show up in Dickinson County. Okay.
Well, since we're all gonna be there, Tina might have to be there too.
Yeah, okay. You work that out with the.
Oh, you work that, okay.
That was-
Well, you can bring her.
I
If
can
she
bring
lives
her,
in-
yeah.
if she
Hey,
lives
maybe
in
we'll be
Phoenix.
completely ready to go and I won't have anything to do that night.
Yeah, yeah, good luck.
So last meeting, you passed 2 resolutions for planning and zoning. They were in the minutes, and I actually wrote the wrong numbers on them, on the actual documents themselves.
Okay.
And so then, Judy went to correct them, and she did correct them, but then the original, I don't know what happened to the original. So due to my error, I would like you to, you've already voted on these, I just need a new signature, and I don't know if they need to do anything to ratify or.
I would.
It's 2022-27 and 2022-28, and they are filled in now with the numbers so that I don't write the wrong number on here. They were correct in the minutes, I just wrote the wrong number on the document.
So motion to ratify?
Yeah, move to adopt the ratification of the previously adopted resolutions for clerical reasons. If you want to specify the county clerk's error. that would
You
be
sure
fine.
can do that,
Yeah,
I'll
we-
put it in the minutes big and bold.
So the first part Brad said, so moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second by Commissioner Dalkey. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
They're already marked with how you voted, because there was one where we had a commissioner vote against, so I wanted to make sure that was there.
So motion carried 5-0.
What we gotta do?
Just sign.
Just sign it.
That's a direct beef.
Sorry about that.
Randy.
I just want to make sure we have the actual documents on file, not a copy or.
Got it up there, right?
Yeah.
There it is, right there. Oh, you went to a different color too, huh?
I guess so.
Oh, wow.
I didn't do that.
6 o'clock.
Yep, I got it. Let's hope I can make that.
Never had to use a calendar so much in my whole life. It's been crazy the last 2 months.
Do you all ever look at your commission Google Calendar or shared
It
Microsoft
doesn't
Calendar?
ever send I would use it more, but it never sends the links. Like, we have like construction meetings and stuff, it'll usually send a link
Mhm.
to the email.
Well,
and then
part of
say
that might be
something's been
because I
updated.
haven't really been updating it.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, but I didn't know if it's something that you want to try to use, because it's only on Outlook then, so it would send you a reminder through your county email.
You send us an invitation.
Through Google, Google does a good job, and then it locks it to your phone, and then I've got scheduled for stuff I don't even remember, and it pops up the next day. And I'm
So
not
that's
afraid
the
to get
issue,
tracked.
it doesn't really work with your other calendar that you have on your personal device, so.
Mine it does.
Oh, it does?
Microsoft.
It's nice to get that little pop-up reminder though.
Okay, I'll maybe see about
On,
trying to keep
on
it
your
updated.
computer or on your phone?
Well, it'll be on your county
Yeah.
computer.
Yeah.
Because both
But
places.
mine's hooked up all the time anyways.
Yeah.
It sounds
I
like
walk right by and
consensus
see
is
it,
to
Go ahead
see
and
something
update
popped
it.
up.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Next thing I have is really just a discussion about the Christmas dinner. I don't have a whole lot of administrative business today, thank goodness, but the girls were wanting to see about maybe going back this time to more of a sit-down together kind of a meal, since we haven't done that in the past couple of years. Potentially on a Saturday evening like what we used to do. We're looking at maybe December 3rd at the lake, and we have a caterer on the tentatively scheduled for our Lita's Catering out of Burns. So I just wanted to check in, see if that is the wish of the commission and if that date works.
Anybody have any date problems with that?
Okay.
Not yet, well, me neither.
Give it a few days.
Yeah.
It'll be something.
That's why it goes on first.
I'd make that motion.
Saturday night.
Christmas.
December 3rd?
December
Yes.
3rd.
'Cause we were talking
That's
about
Saturday
having a
night?
party.
It's a Saturday,
Pick an
yes.
age on,
Okay.
cross that one off.
We have a motion by Commissioner Dalkey to move forward with the employee Christmas dinner Saturday evening, December 3rd.
It'd be a sit-down dinner in the lake hall.
Yeah.
I think that's better, I mean.
Second by Commissioner Becker. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5.
You gonna have a
Okay.
treasure hunt before or
No, but we'll probably do some other fun thing at the dinner.
inside?
Inside, yeah.
Ugly sweater.
We could do that, or
Nobody's
we
gonna
might
beat
do like
James
a
Olsen.
little
James
gift
Olsen.
exchange kind of game or something. So we haven't done any of that for a while. Okay, that's all I have.
That was the best one I've seen in a long time.
How long of a executive session for personnel that you need?
Well, probably only 5 minutes unless
Can we
you
do
want to
that
add to
now?
it. Sure,
Because we've got time before 12 or 1 o'clock.
sure.
Okay. I move that we recess into executive session in order to discuss personnel issues pursuant to KSA 75-4319B, Item 1, Personnel Matters, Non-Elected Personnel Performance, with the commission, Brad Tina, for 5 minutes from 12:48 to 12:53.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Garing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0. Be back at 12:53. 5 minutes.
This conference will now be recorded.
So you're coming
I would hope so. He is? Is the sheriff coming over?
Oh, we can check.
Would you please?
Sure. Are you gonna make your announcement coming out of executive session?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
We are out of executive session, no decisions made.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll find out.
Thank you, Tina.
Sure, sorry.
Here's a little fork in your eye.
Been a week off.
This is our dynamic. We have a counselor and we have a clerk, and they are full-time keeping us out of trouble.
And it takes a lot to keep us out of trouble.
Yeah. Make sure you say.
You're gonna expect the same out of you.
Wait, which side am I on?
You're a team. Our next agenda item is at 1 o'clock, so we're giving a little time to get there for those online.
All right, and we're calling.
Okay.
We have enough room for 2 people to sit here, so.
We can take the press chair and put it up there.
Is this, well, we got some time, is this how this is gonna lay out? Or is it-
I mean, I don't know, that's how we initially planned it. Then we switched it to the side a little bit,
30 degree.
offset. But for this morning, I knew you needed a place for people to sit. And if we have it this way, there's nowhere for anyone to sit.
Well, I was just
So
asking for the
it
other
would be,
purposes.
it would be helpful if we had some flexibility to either have it at an angle or flat.
Okay.
So,
Can we buy a piece of furniture that fits in the square or a 30 or both, and then use that, and that would help? I guess it doesn't matter.
I'm a little bit confused.
It's concealing, yeah, the cabling has to pass through, and it's not connected to anything.
Right.
So.
John, will you pull this
It's
back?
coming all the way,
and slide
that cabling
in?
is actually coming all the way around
Right.
right now.
Okay.
And
But
so
then
when
if
we,
it kicks out.
right, that's caused me a problem before
Yeah.
because I spent a lot of time trying to conceal it
Mhm.
under the table, so.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to, if we could pick a standard
Well, if it
and
just,
live with it.
What do you need, Tina?
Yeah.
Why did you ask that, is what I wanna know. Why did you
he
ask?
asked it.
Yeah, I know he asked, but why did you ask for?
Flexibility.
The flexibility, because you have,
Big
at
groups.
times, when we have a lot of people in the room.
Yeah.
To where we need to be able to have it, the
Condensed,
seating. Condensed, right. And other times, for the most part, I think it would be nicer to have it at an angle because your presenters don't have their back to the crowd.
I see.
Including
I see.
your
I see.
department
That's
heads
why I
and
asked
so
that,
forth.
because I wasn't following.
Yeah,
what he was
that's the
asking.
reason.
Okay.
I mean, it's not ideal if you're department head, especially if it's a controversial topic, to
Yeah.
have a bunch of people behind you that you
Yes.
can't see.
Yeah, I understand
They're
that.
versatile.
And then you
put 'em
can't have
anywhere.
a
They
face-to-face
were gonna go there and
conversation
there,
anyway.
But now they may go here. We're gonna have rough-in boxes, so they can be, you could have 4 screens in
They're
here.
gonna be bigger than that one?
I gotta ask Chris. I don't know how big they actually are. I think they are bigger than that one.
What if you turn that table and get, that's back like we had it, does that?
I just didn't know if they sell the furniture piece that was, if it's gotta be versatile, my idea won't work, so it doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be, but you just need to know that you're giving something up. So if we put something there that's a permanent,
30-degree angle.
yeah, great, it'll look nice.
Or do
But
they
then,
put a podium up somewhere?
Right here.
then you still are gonna lose your seating. Of course, we can take these cabinets, these file cabinets out. I'm sure we can just take them up to the attic. Just kidding. But that would free up some more space.
I'm just wondering if podium might be the thing to do. I don't know, I'm just.
podium does have its benefits. And more than
Sometimes
just-
people have things to spread out.
Yeah, that's true too, yeah.
It's too much comfort.
Yes, exactly. It's the reason why McDonald's used to be painted yellow and red. That's right. It's inviting, but then it's grotesque for you to leave.
Did you see that deal on TV that was asking if anybody knew that guy? He was a black guy that took advantage of an older couple. They was going to the restroom at McDonald's, and you saw the wallpaper on the back. The minute I saw it, I said, oh, that's McDonald's. Hello.
Good morning.
Welcome. Morning.
Hey, how you
Afternoon.
doing?
Dinner time.
Whichever.
Sheriff is on.
There is a third chair if you'd like it. They may pass the speaker to you though.
We sure will.
Randy will just turn his mic towards you.
There you go. Yeah.
We really appreciate you making time to come see us today. The sheriff's on his way over. He had some questions he had presented to the commission. We thought it'd be beneficial if we all sat down together and went through those questions. The more information everybody has, the better everybody knows more of what's going on.
Sure, yeah.
So we really appreciate it. We'll give him a couple minutes
Sure,
here.
yeah, we'll wait.
Maybe in the meantime, if you could just introduce yourselves through the microphone, so we've got it on the online.
So you get really close?
No, you're fine where you're at.
Okay, Marcy Johnson,
Yes,
President and CEO.
Thank you.
Patrick Fleming, Vice President of Access Services. Matt Ankerbrand, Chief Financial Officer.
Thanks, Matt. We just started, Sheriff, so.
You're fine.
We had a list of questions, and if it's okay, I think we just start into them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it was short notice to get them to you, but
It's all right.
keeping you on your toes.
You do. I think we got it.
Well, the first one is, of course, the county commits money each year for Prairie View. More specifically, what is that money used for? If not for a bid, what services? If you could explain a little more where that money actually goes.
Yeah, so our CMHC services, which is where your dollars go, we serve 3 counties, Marion, Harvey, and McPherson counties. And so the counties give us dollars to help provide services for individuals in our outpatient rehabilitation services that are either uninsured or underinsured. So either they have state insurance, Medicare, or no insurance at all. And so those dollars help us serve those folks in things like individual therapy, group therapy, substance use treatment, case management, peer support, supported employment, supported housing. So really getting folks to the point that they can be independent in the community and stay out of the hospitals and jails and our EDs. And so those services would be all outpatient services. Now, our hospital is not part of our CMHC, so none of the dollars that we get from the counties go to the hospital. The hospital is its own separate entity. No other CMHC in the state of Kansas outside of Vallejo has a hospital. And so those hospital beds are not funded by the county dollars at all. Those are for folks that have insurance or are being referred by the state hospital into our beds. And so I think that's kind of hard sometimes for folks to understand, is it's 2 separate things. And so the county dollars don't touch our hospital beds. They touch all outpatient rehabilitation services.
Do you mind if I
Yes,
ask a
please.
question?
Yes.
So in the past, it was you guys guaranteed us a bed. If I made a phone call or the county made a phone call, in the past it was we were guaranteed a bed for a person if we needed it. Is that not the fact now?
I don't think there's any way we can guarantee a bed because of staffing. I mean, we cap out where we're staffed at, and so that could look different from today to tomorrow based on illness or availability and things like that. So we don't ever guarantee any beds to anyone, and so I'm not certain.
Is anybody else under the same understanding I was under? Because I know the look on your face, Randy.
It used to be that way. I haven't been in your field for quite a few years, but that's the way it was. I mean, when we needed help, it was, we took patients to Newton, if that's the hospital. And that's the way it used to be. But like I said, I've been out of law enforcement for at least 10 years or longer. And so I didn't know that, but you know, that was, and you say you're separate now from the hospital, that's a different entity, or?
It's not a different entity, but Prairie View's complex. If you were talking to ComCare, right, in Sedgwick County, You would just be talking about outpatient rehabilitative services, therapy, case management, employment, housing, things like that. Prairie View is different in that we do have a hospital under the same license or the same business name. It's not, our contract with the state as a CMHC does not have language involving an inpatient hospital at all. And so I think that's the difference. And now, if you call us and we have beds available, absolutely, we'll make it work, but we can't guarantee a bed is gonna be available because, like I said, of staffing and census. And we wouldn't want to put patients or staff
Most of the
time
time
when
when these people transport somebody there, and they don't have insurance, they don't have that kind of stuff and we're looking for somebody at their time of the night, usually midnight to 4 a.m. They're looking for some place to put a person. So.
But and if I'm looking for that place, do I have to go through you to place that person in Larned?
In Larned, yes. So what we are is we're called, I mean, if you want to liken us to a gatekeeper, in no county can anyone get into a state hospital without a CMHC screen. So in ComCare, they couldn't get put in Osawatomie without having someone from ComCare come out and do the screen and say, yes, this person is appropriate for involuntary placement in a hospital.
So you are still placing us for a bed?
For state
Correct.
beds.
Correct.
Yes, for state hospital beds.
Okay.
That's different. We're not a state hospital, we're a private.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
I still have to go through you.
Yes.
To put somebody in a hospital bed. I can't do it without, and I'm not upset with you guys at all. I'm just trying to figure this out.
Yeah, for a state hospital, for an involuntary state hospital bed, we are the ones that have to come out and do the screening to assess the person's suicidality or homicidality for an involuntary commitment, for someone who doesn't want to go, because then that involves court proceedings and all of those things to get the person held.
And maybe that's where, like with law enforcement, we're losing the translation, because when I need a bed, I have to go through you, but it's not truly your bed. It's the state.
Correct. So CMHCs serve as the assessors for the state hospitals. So because there's only 2 state hospitals, they don't want to be committed to going out 12 counties away to do an assessment. So they contracted with CMHCs, and so we do the screenings for them, and then they trust our admissions because we have that contract or partnership.
So what is that service alone costing Marion County? Just for that one service, not for the total service, but for that one service. To guarantee, not guaranteeing, excuse me, we're using the wrong word here, for the screening of that bed.
There's no cost because we don't get paid for it, but we don't get a reimbursement for it. It's all the salaries and staff of Patrick's department. So everybody in Access that provides crisis urgent care is part of what's funded by the county dollars.
Okay.
And just to follow up on your comment, yes, or earlier about like kind of years ago, one of the things too, like just from an industry standard that's changed probably in the last 8 to 10 years, and more so with COVID for sure, is the need for medical clearance. And so right now, like our state hospitals, we can't get anybody into a state hospital unless they've gone to a local emergency department and been medically cleared first. And so then when we look at best process and practice for you guys and for the patient, people are to go to the nearest emergency department. They complete that medical screening, examination and clearance. And so that includes, like the state hospitals will require lab results. You know, oftentimes there's alcohol or drugs involved, so they want to make sure that that's clear and stable. And then, so like in a situation where if law enforcement picks somebody up, it was determined that they needed inpatient hospitalization and possibly had drugs, alcohol, maybe not voluntary, taking them to the nearest ED, having that medical necessity evaluation completed, and then the hospital takes over from a standpoint of kind of navigating the next level of care. They would take over and then contact us for that screen to assess and determine if inpatient psychiatric criteria is met for state hospitalization. And that is a difference. I mean, I just wanted to comment. Yeah, you're right. That has been a change over the years where in the past, that wasn't necessary because people would just bring people in all the time. But that has been a big change, and even more so here with COVID. That's been, they wanted to make sure that everyone was medically stable and clear before they accepted the state hospital.
That's understandable in today's world.
Yeah.
To go back to your question, last fiscal year, we did 173 screens for Marion County.
Now, was that counting the jail as well?
That was all state, I don't know the location, if it came in for a state screen.
There could have been some that were done. Sometimes we do.
But how many for Marion County?
173.
Okay, but you can't break that down to what the jail was? Because here's the deal, if we're paying a lump sum, you can't count that as the same screening if I'm paying every time I use you at the jail too.
You shouldn't be paying for a screening.
$175 every time I get a screening.
No, so can we clarify that?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, please.
Those state mental health reform screens are not billed to the jail. That is a obligatory response and assessment of the community mental health center. So the $175 that you're speaking of as far as that the jail gets charged, that is specifically for a psychiatric medication evaluation. And that is a request that the jail makes of us for somebody that then we provide that medication evaluation.
So I can change that from 30 days to 90 days?
Yeah,
Because I'm
yeah,
paying
that's
for it
totally,
every 30 days. for
that's
anybody that
that's
wants to
totally up to
re-up
you.
the-
Well,
The thing.
it depends on the medication, because some medications have to be, like, the doctor's not gonna sign off on 90 days worth of a prescription for some medications, because some medications are more controlled than others, some require labs. So it may be possible, it's just gonna be dependent upon the medication, because, like, you know, for example, my husband's on a blood pressure medication, and he won't get more than 90 days, because the doc has to receive
I
him.
can get 6 months of my blood pressure meds
Yeah.
right now.
Well, I guess my husband's doctor is a
I'm
little more
just saying.
controlling. But again, it goes back to some meds you can give longer, and some that the docs are not gonna feel comfortable prescribing that duration out.
But I guess my question is why are we paying? I just feel like we're paying twice. I mean, I feel like we're paying the $175 to make sure we get the screening, and then we're paying also at the end of the year or the beginning of the year with the budget.
So the money that we get from the county helps keep folks out of your jail. We're trying to keep folks
It didn't
in
work.
there, huh?
It didn't work.
I think you might be seeing more if we weren't doing those rehabilitative and community services. I think you would see more folks running through your jail and your emergency departments. I mean, I would hate to try that, but I mean, if we want to go that direction, we can go that direction. But it was posed to me when I came here and advocated for the budget why we were double paying. And I tried to make it clear that you're not double paying. What we're paying for from the county dollars is those outpatient services to keep people out of jail, out of emergency departments, out of, you know, wherever, in the community. I can't have 100% success rate. That's not gonna
No, I can't even, I understand that.
But what you're talking about is when they're in your jail because you've arrested them or detained them for something and they're psychotic or in need of meds to stabilize and be safe in your jail, that's a service that's not covered under a CMHC contract. And I think, Patrick, you can share how McPherson and Harvey County do it. They do it a little different than Marion, I assume because of their volume. But they have...
Yeah, and we were looking at numbers as far as like the actual amount of money that you guys paid in the last year. And I think 100% of them were requests for medication evaluations. And the one thing to keep clear too, the state mental health reform screens, those are completed by master's level clinical therapists. They're not doctors. They're not medication. They cannot prescribe medications. All the services that have been requested by the jail and paid for by the jail have been specifically for physicians or nurse practitioners who prescribe medications. So those are two completely different forms of assessment. They are both assessments, but they're completely different forms of assessments with completely different outcomes as far as intended. Do you have another question?
No, go ahead.
The one thing, so when we were looking at these numbers, the other counties that we serve had more than half of the amount of money spent on the same types of medication evaluations in the jail. And their volume is way higher. And what we found is that they contract with external kind of medical teams, and the one that Harvey County uses is Advanced Correctional Healthcare. They have a team of medical providers in their jail. So the example I would give is if you arrest somebody and you bring them into the jail and you determine that they're psychotic, or they may tell you, hey, I'm supposed to be on an antidepressant. In other counties that contract with this external medical team, we never get called about those because their medical team assess, they say, yep, they're on Zoloft for depression. That's not on our formulary, and we're going to start them on another med because the jails have formularies to keep costs down. And they start that medication and they refill that medication for as long as the person is there, and we never know anything about them. And I guess the one difference would likely be if you don't have a medical team in the jail, that's likely why you're calling us to complete that evaluation. And then, as Marcy mentioned, the challenge does become the medical provider then who is providing that service, they determined how routinely the person needs to be seen for their health.
So I don't have a medical staff.
Okay.
So I therefore have to call you.
Correct.
Are you charging me for that?
Yes, for the medication, I mean, yes.
So
Yep.
you're charging me for that service?
Correct.
Okay.
That is
Per the contract.
Per the contract that that you guys signed. Yeah, that is correct.
I didn't sign it.
I know you didn't. It was signed in 2020
How often are
by,
you paying that 175?
Probably several times a month.
So for the last year, it came out to about $2,500.
All of last year?
All of last year. That was, let me see, here, I believe it was 9/1/21 through 8/30.
Is that if you got an average? I mean, I understand it's probably going up through the years, but do you have?
Per
any-
year, I don't have it per year. I could run that though. I mean, we can run that data.
It
Since the contract's been signed.
yeah, we don't, or,
Now, we also say though, that screen at 175 is, oh,
Go ahead,
is lower than what we would charge in an outpatient setting.
It's lower than what we would charge in an outpatient setting, and it also doesn't cover the salary of the docs that we're using to do this. So we're doing it at a highly nonprofit rate to be of service.
and also so with our jails, because of the acuity and the urgency at time, we want to try to get that done like within 48 hours, like during business days. There's no way that anybody in the community can call right now for a med evaluation and get in within 2 days. They'll wait weeks. And so that's the other piece that contractually we wanted to do everything we could to try to help meet your guys' needs.
Next question. Go ahead.
The next question is, how do these services directly assist or support LEOs dealing with mental health patients in crisis? And I'm going to let Patrick talk to that because Patrick is over the crisis department.
Just, for the most part, as Marcy had already mentioned, just being preventative in the community. I currently supervise 6 clinicians in our access department, and on any given day, they're seeing, 25 to 35 plus people that either call our crisis line, walk in, call for a new intake or mental health evaluation, hospital referral. And so I can't necessarily say why somebody, if they say they're not able to get in, I don't know why that is, because the people, like 30 to 40 people that call every day, they're getting a service and a need met. And again, that whole same day or that accessibility to a crisis line, the whole intent or hope is to help be preventative. I mean, for people who are seeking help right in that moment when they call, we want to be responsive. Now, realistically, there are limitations to that if everybody calls at the same time and all 6 are busy or whatever, but that's the whole goal would be to be preventative in helping to reduce those folks that show up to the ED in the middle of the night or that are out doing silly stuff and you guys get involved.
So, Harvey County and Newton PD, I know their policy is that if they have somebody in a mental health crisis, it's not an active crime in act. They do call you, correct? You guys
times.
respond, correct?
Yeah, like so we
to nothing but a mental health crisis. I'm not talking about a law enforcement crisis. I'm talking about, because I had this talk with the chief and the sheriff over there.
Yep.
And if they have a man with a gun to his head and he says he's gonna shoot himself, those guys will not respond. They call you guys. Is that correct?
I'm not
I mean,
sure.
you guys have a guy on call in Harvey County, correct?
Correct, yes.
He's on call. He's on call in all counties. He's been to Marion a few times as well.
We're not gonna, he goes when he's called, yeah. I mean, as far as like a mobile crisis response, yeah. So maybe the example of, like, our guy's not gonna respond when somebody's got a gun to their head. They may try to engage via the phone, but we are also very aware of safety, and we would work closely with law enforcement as far as making sure we're taking a safe approach and not putting anybody additionally in harm's way.
So is that part of what we are budgeting here for us, is the use of that person?
Correct, and that's a new position that we just recently added.
I learned that in our last meeting.
Yeah. But yes, correct, yeah.
Actually, are you talking about Jake?
Yeah.
No, he's grant funded. That's not county
Oh, no,
dollars.
that's not county dollars. You're
No,
right.
but
That's,
Brent and Taryn
Yeah,
and
that's
folks that go
right.
out would be
Yeah.
covered under the county budget.
Okay.
Do you want me to go on to the next one?
You wait.
It says, when was the last time Prairie View took an emergency placement of a person from Marion or someone who was brought in for an evaluation by LEO, whether voluntary or not? I don't know that we ran that data, but as placements are available, as we have beds available, we don't discern which county folks come from because our hospital is not, it's not part of the CMHC. We're not obligated to only take care of folks from these 3 counties. We have folks that come from, you know, I don't know, all over the place. Dodge City, I mean, we have, obviously, I think 45% of our clients usually come from Sedgwick County because we're closer, but people will transport in from anywhere. And if we have beds available, we're serving folks throughout Kansas because there's a bed shortage in the state as a whole.
and this question may like kind of go back to that initial question about emergency placement, where again, with the process of taking to the local emergency department to get medically cleared to assess, like there are times when we contract with the state of Kansas, like our hospital contracts with the state of Kansas as an alternative placement to a state hospital bed. And that's a program that KDAD's initiated just over a year ago to help keep people closer to home and to help alleviate the volume of state hospital beds. And so there can be situations where we get a referral from the Health Source is an organization, Topeka, that manages the state hospital beds for the state of Kansas. And so there are times where we get referrals from Health Source, or it may be one of our own screeners who completed that mental health reform screen on somebody in one of our local counties, and then that person is accepted into our hospital under that state institutional alternative bed. So again, state hospital bed in our hospital because our hospital contracts with the state.
And just so there's clarity, our hospital is a private hospital. Folks that come there come because they want to come. They're not being forced to involuntarily go there. So those are the kind of folks that we're working with, the people who want to come and who know they need help, who feel like they're in danger. And so those are completely different than someone that you would need screened for the state hospital.
So then I have a guy in the Hillsborough Hospital last week, voluntary, on his own, couldn't get in Prairie.
If we don't have beds available, that would be the only reason that he couldn't get in. And I can tell you, we've been running at max capacity. We're at full beds right now. Even today we looked and we're above what we typically budget for a bed, so.
So if he doesn't have insurance, can he still get in?
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't just, I mean, half the time we don't even know what insurance is when people come in the door. So the way the state takes care of that is there's disproportionate funds, which means they look at the end of the day, how many involuntary people, or how many voluntary uninsured people did we have through our door? And they give us a small portion of makeup just to try to incentivize us to keep our doors open, so. But I can tell you, on our hospital last year, I mean, we lost close to $100,000. We don't make money in that hospital, it's a service to the state.
So are you guys charity, I'm not charity fund, I'm not looking for
Nonprofit?
Nonprofit?
Yes, we're a 501c3, we don't make, yeah, we're a nonprofit.
Okay.
And we are, I mean, just in all candor, we're working with the state to keep the hospital in place because there are the needs for those patients in the whole state of Kansas as a whole. So we work closely with KDADs in terms of
What's your
making sure-
region? What's Prairie View's region?
For the CMHC or for the hospital?
The hospital and CMC.
CMHC is Marion, Harvey, and McPherson County. The hospital, anybody in the state of Kansas.
Or beyond.
Or beyond, if their insurance will pay for them to come there. If they're not insured and they're not in the state of Kansas, we're not taking them. Like, we're not gonna support other states, we'll support Kansans uninsured.
So I think you already answered number 5.
Okay.
So just so you know, the first 5 questions were from Hillsborough law enforcement.
Okay.
So.
Number 6 is, why do citizens tell me they are calling Prairie View for assistance for their minor children or state assistance and no one calls them back for several weeks or at all? So I think I'll let.
Yeah,
This
and
is
this
Patrick's
one kind of
comment.
connects with number 4 as well. I just really encourage people, you know, I've been doing this for a while, and occasionally you hear people like having a bad experience, and I like to hear about those. And so the only thing I can ask for people to do is to call us and ask. If we don't know that this isn't happening, then we don't know how to fix it. the other thing, like I shared earlier, what I do know is the people that call get services, they get help. And so I just would encourage you and to pass on to Hillsborough law enforcement too. I mean,
That wasn't a Hillsborough.
And I can talk, well, yeah.
I'm gonna pass all this on to every law enforcement officer.
Yeah, because I mean, I do want to hear about those because we routinely and are serving folks in Marion County, regardless of their ability to pay. We want to be proactive and preventative. You know, I routinely meet with law enforcement of all the counties as well as hospital staff. And I mean, like, I get it. Like, their hospitals are inundated with folks that are struggling with mental health issues. That's not efficient for them. It's not efficient for you guys. And if we can do something to be preventative and help that, that's what we want to do. The challenge is that, like you brought up earlier, if that person's not willing to get help at 2 p.m., there's nothing that you can do, there's nothing that we can do to force that until, or unless there's such an imminent risk or threat to self or others, and then we're able to assess and determine. But that's one of the challenges, that we can't force somebody to seek help unless they're at this highest, like, I'm going to kill myself right now unless somebody intervenes. And yeah, we are hearing from some law enforcement entities that even in that situation, we hear, well, it's not illegal to kill yourself, so we can't do anything. And from the mental health side, from the healthcare side, that feels really crummy. I mean, I mean, we wouldn't be doing this if we didn't think and want to help people not get to that place. So that's.
And then where we struggle is on the liability side of it.
Understood.
I mean, I think we both understand
Yep,
each other
understood.
on that,
Yep.
that realm, that
Yep.
is.
Yeah, and I would hate, I mean, I would, you know, hearing of folks being put in a situation where, you know, like the whole suicide by cop type, I don't envy your guys' decision making there at all, and I get that. But it does create a rub when it comes down to how are we best going to intervene and work together to manage these situations.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Number 7 is, why can I get a competency evaluation for an inmate in a week from other mental health institutes, but Prairie takes several months?
I would like, we need more details or clarify.
Well, I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
So, I have a inmate who is, multiple charges. She was probably gonna go to prison, but instead, she had to go get a mental health or a competency hearing prior to being sentenced. So, we asked you guys to do it, of course we have to. That was almost 2 months ago. The following week after she was given those guidelines by the judge to get that competency hearing, we called Flint Hills and Emporia, because she had been a patient there before. I can get that competency hearing in a week.
So competency evaluations are not part of our CMHC contract. If we have staff available, we're more than happy to do those. Flint Hills is probably more of a, it's not a CMHC, so it must be a private institute of some sort.
They handled the Emporia region, that area over there, Lyon County. That would be private.
Yeah, it'd be private. Because the CMHC over there is it Compass or Cross? It's Crosswinds.
It's Crosswinds.
So,
Yeah, it was Crosswinds, that's what it was.
Okay.
It was Crosswinds, yes it was.
Okay, again, if we have staff to do that, we're happy to do that, but I mean, as Patrick mentioned, we're booked out for weeks on end, and so you may have to wait a little longer, but again, that's not something that you have to come to Prairie View for a competency evaluation.
That's correct, but does Prairie View understand the money we're spending on inmates inside the jail, not to mention the safety? While waiting, I get one of my deputies with his eyeballs almost scratched out of his head because of this incident. And then what does she do? She reoffends. Now she's back in the system again. So the lack of getting the service has now caused her more issues. She's caught another case, and now it gets deeper. It never ends.
Was she referred to Prairie View for any kind of care after the competency evaluation was done?
It was just, I think it was just done, like a day or so ago, 2 days ago.
I mean, we would be able to assist in terms of keeping her in some sort of rehabilitation outpatient services to keep, you know, arms wrapped around her and try to keep her in the community and from reoffending, but there's only so much we can do as well.
But you see, the 2 month time frame, the slippery slope would go on is we're gonna reoffend, this cycle has to end.
Right, and so we're
So
here to
the
help.
quicker the quicker we get the comp hearing done, the quicker she comes out of our facility, the quicker she goes and gets help. At the end of the day, it's a failure on your part and my part and the county's part by not getting the person who needs the help.
But you don't have to come to Prairie View for that. So if you call us and it's 2 months out, you don't have to come to those. Those competency evaluations are not calculated in, so I would assume we would have to charge you for those, because those are not budgeted in through the county dollars, and that is not funded by the state. The state has its own competency restoration program, and there are specific providers that get paid by the state to do those. We are not one of them.
I'm not arguing the money on it, but I'm arguing there's a time frame. It's
Right.
not healthy for that person and it's not safe for my employees. That's what I'm arguing.
Was the person, did they remain in jail?
Yeah, they can't, yeah.
Because one of the challenges that we sometimes run into with competency evals, a competency eval is simply a review of the record and a meeting with the person to help them to assess, do they understand the charges? It's not mental health treatment. So I mean, we can and will continue to do those as quickly as we can. And I guess I would just caution us all to think that by getting them done any quicker or at any point, it's not treatment. It's a determining if they are competent to stand trial.
Again,
But is the start of treatment. Because as soon as that person gets out of my facility, they can start their treatment.
they would have to go through restoration, and that's not treatment. So we only have a limited number of providers in our agency that are even geared toward competency work, because competency is different than therapy, like mental health. So once they start the restoration process, if they're deemed capable of it, then they start working on capacity to understand legal charges, the law, like legal proceedings, what you're gonna hear when you go to court, when you can speak, when you can't speak. That's very different than actual therapy. And so again, that's a specialized service, and we don't have very many providers within Prairie View because that's not.
She's competent.
I mean, maybe, but.
No, she was deemed competent.
Okay, and so if there are mental health issues in addition to the criminal issues, Prairie View would be able to help her, but the restoration process would be different than actual mental health treatment.
But it's a step towards help. Being in my facility is not help. It's
Right.
confinement.
Right.
As soon as she gets out of my facility and out somewhere where she can reach out and get help, that's the start of the help.
Right.
But by holding her in there for several months waiting for a comp, it does her no good.
Right.
It
Right.
does the county no good. That's what I'm.
And so this was a situation where the judge or somebody had determined that
Yeah,
they needed to
absolutely.
stay until, because a lot of times we get
Yeah.
comp evals and the person's out in the community. They're
Yeah,
not-
no,
So
they
this
should
was one where they
stay.
had to stay.
So just, again, reiterating, you don't have to come through Prairie View, so if you can get that service somewhere else faster, we'll pick it up once they're deemed competent or back in the community and they need our supports. If they have mental health issues, we're more than happy to step in and step up and start working with folks.
So I guess I'm gonna have to go do some more homework on it because I was told I had to use you guys.
Not for competency, for state
That's what
screenings.
I was told.
Yeah, you can use.
I'll have to do my research. I'll
Yeah.
have to find out if something was fitted to me or not.
Maybe just a misunderstanding. I mean, you kind of associate your community mental health center with everything, but you don't have to go through us for that.
Okay.
But if, once they're done and they've been referred for treatment, for mental health treatment, not just competency restoration, we'll step in and start working with them to help them keep in the community and out of jail.
Okay.
The hours of the Hillsborough office, I don't know, Patrick, what is it?
Yep, Monday, 8 AM to 7 PM, Tuesday, 9 to 4, Wednesday, 8 to 6, Thursday, 8 to 5. And then all calls on Friday would roll to like the Newton switchboard for any other questions that come.
Does it require insurance to be seen at Prairie View? No. I mean, as the CMHC, we see people whether they're insured, underinsured, or whatever, and so that's kind of where the county dollars do come in, is to support us to be able to help us see some folks. We still take losses.
So, insured, uninsured, and are you gonna say no insurance?
Yes.
Will you take no insurance?
Yeah, we do. We have plenty of folks that don't have insurance.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually have 37 in Marion County for the last year that had no insurance, that were uninsured.
Okay.
And then 362 were Medicaid primary or secondary, so underinsured.
Okay.
So 74% of the county was either uninsured or underinsured.
Why does Prairie View require inmates on meds to be seen every 30 days? I think we kind of
We
touched
hashed
on
that.
one.
Yeah, we
Okay.
hashed that
Okay.
one
Do you have a licensed clinical psychologist or therapist on staff in Hillsborough during business hours? Yes, we do. We have a therapist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is it like a therapist or is it a caseworker?
Therapist.
Okay, it is a
There's both
therapist.
therapists and case managers in the Hillsborough
Okay,
office. Yeah.
okay.
What are the other services that you provide for Marion County citizens? So, just to reiterate, we do case management, individual therapy, group therapy, we do assessments, we do crisis support, state screenings, groups, and substance abuse treatment, including medication-assisted treatment.
Okay.
So those are.
And medication management.
And medication management, yeah.
Is that all done through the Hillsborough office? If they're here? We still have
Everything,
Hillsborough office?
everything except the medication-assisted treatment, and that's because that's a brand new program we just launched last month. They can get services, like their initial appointment, they would have to drive to Newton, but after that, every appointment they could do virtually from the Hillsborough office or from their home.
And what does that entail? Assisted medication?
So if they're struggling with opioids or alcohol abuse, then there's medication that they take in conjunction to treatment therapy that helps their success rate be much higher at not using again or relapsing.
Okay.
And so most of the time, we don't do methadone. It's not as safe to administer as some of the Suboxones, and so we do more of the Suboxone-based and naltrexone.
Okay.
Can you break down the money we give to exact services? I don't know that we can do that. We can tell you how many patients we've seen, we can tell you how many services we've provided. You know, Matt told you that 74% were uninsured or underinsured. But I can tell you, like last year, we did 173 evaluations, 34 of those went to the state hospital. We provided, we served 606 folks in Marion County last year, provided over 16,000 services.
So I guess I would ask you to break that down into insured people. Can you take that out of the numbers? And that underinsured to a certain percentage, so it actually shows exactly what we've spent our money on?
I can tell you that 78% of those individuals, of the 16,000, so if you're good at math, 78% of those 16,000 services were provided to individuals uninsured or underinsured.
Okay.
Yeah. And don't ask me to do that math in my head.
I'm not.
I could probably do it. And then can you break down the last 2 years of services and what was provided for the money allotted for Marion County? I think got all of that.
We covered that.
And then the last one was, why were the services raised to 90,000 from 60,000? And what was the purpose, and can it be shown on paper?
As mentioned with the county commissioners, we go off the mill levy. In 2020, the mill levy was 537 for Marion County. In 2021, it jumped up to 768. And so that's what we utilized to come up with those numbers every year. When we presented this spring, we didn't have the updated mill levy numbers, so we used a 2.5% increase based on the historical values.
Why would you
State
not?
average.
Why would you not raise that or lower that according to the usage of the patients within Marion County instead of the mill levy?
Basically, this is how these numbers come to us. This is how every CMHC does it. So these numbers come to us from the Kansas Association of Community Mental Health Centers. So they're the ones that give us the mill levy, and they set it by per capita per person based on services and utilization. This is what we get from the state, and so they're the ones that are coming up and saying this is the mill levy per county. State average for CMHC support is $8.15 per person per capita. All of our counties come in at $6 and $7 per capita. So we're under the state average.
So our mill levy raises, but our population decreases. If our mill levy raises, then you raise the price on us.
I'm gonna venture to say that if we went back and looked at it, your number of services increased. Your folks in every county are getting sicker and requiring more treatment. So just because you have fewer residents doesn't mean that you have fewer incidences or we're providing fewer services.
But the answer you gave was you raised it because we raised our mill levy, not because we had more patients.
I can't speak to the patients. So
I'm just saying.
I speak to the process behind what I see.
It's money to money. It's not
And the
patient
other
to
thing
money.
I think I would encourage us to also remember is the crisis services, all of those services that we can get called. I could tell you that we had 600 calls from Marion County residents that never gave us their name, never gave us where they're from. And so some of those crisis services, I mean, there is an element of we try to support people and meet them where they're at, and they call and we don't know who they are, we don't know where they're calling from. And to be able to continue to provide those types of services, that's a portion of those funds as well. It's not just like the number of actual services provided in a person's care plan. So that's the other component to keep aware of.
I'm not exactly sure that it makes, but our mill levy isn't worth what another county's mill levy is worth.
Absolutely not.
So it just seems like a weird system to go on. And I know you say you don't have any control, it's just standard, but it seems strange.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I think you guys are invaluable service, okay? But I have people asking me every day what Marion County is getting for the mental health crisis we have in Marion County. I don't have the answers. That's why I asked to have part of this meeting. So I don't want you to think that I don't agree with you or don't like you or don't anything. I just want to make sure that I have some answers for my people that are asking me. I gotta go do a seminar next week for a group here in Marion County. It is all about mental health. I have some answers now, so.
Well, and like I said, when we spoke on the phone, if it would be helpful for someone from Prairie View to be there with you to kind of help further answer those questions, we're more than happy to have someone available to go with you.
Know that the hospital is not, what's so-called a hospital is a separate entity now. That's understandable. I understand a little better now.
Yeah, we're working to increase our available beds, but everybody knows that the workforces are a challenge right now. And so to be able to safely staff that hospital is a priority that we're working on and plan to try to increase those available beds.
Any other questions?
I'm good.
Have you always based your budget request of each county based on mill levy?
That's the way the state has set it up.
Is that a requirement?
I'm
I mean, why would?
That's what I was told.
I'm just thinking, in your business, wouldn't it be better to be based on an average of case numbers over a period?
Or at least a per capita straightforward.
I mean, it just seems like the strangest way of coming up with a budget proposal based on, we might lower our mill levy a whole bunch this year. I'm just saying that.
Well,
Yeah, it is all per capita.
It just seemed kind of strange for.
I can go back and get, like I said, this comes from the state, this is the state level association that's telling me how to do this. I can go back and get further details on how.
Yeah, I mean,
we
that'd be a
calculate
good
all
question of our state representative. Call Mr. Owens up, man.
You said
He probably won't understand it.
we're a
That's not probably where this has been in place for quite some time, and so I probably have to go back with someone who has historic knowledge about why we do it this way.
but we're $1 to under per capita state average.
$1.50, $1.40.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it a two-part calculation? They set the per capita, and then depending on each county's mill levy, because each of those are gonna be so dramatically different, that would make no sense.
Yeah.
To say, well, you've gotta go
There's
ahead
a
and
mental
assess
health,
8.
yeah, they've got a mental health mill levy in there as well. So I'm not sure how they calculate that. And so I can go and find out more information if that's helpful.
I would be curious.
Okay.
It sure seems like when you made the presentation, if my memory's right, we looked at other counties and the per capita assessment.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And we were significantly below the other counties, and this was an adjustment to bring us in line on a per capita basis, which makes all of us more sense.
Yeah.
So the way I remember it being presented to us was on a per capita
Yes,
basis.
yeah, and so the state as a whole,
Yeah.
as an average of 8.15,
Right.
and that's where you take it like a Johnson County who pays $30-some per
Sure.
capita. So that's kind of where you get to that 8.15.
Right, but for us being comparable to Harvey and McPherson was a priority.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's what we looked at.
Value for each mill is different.
Exactly, it's per capita.
They were
All
just
right.
trying to match what they were matching, so that we were all.
And on a per capita.
Yeah.
It's on per capita, because the dollar amount that we get from Harvey County
Yep.
is much more than
Yes.
here.
Yes.
Based on size, yeah.
Well, again, thank you so much for the
Yeah,
information, a
absolutely.
lot of questions, a lot. We deal with it every day, and of course, the sheriff deals with it more, but it's just, there's a lot of moving parts for us to try to understand, and I appreciate you taking the time to walk through and answer the questions, and hopefully you can work closely with the sheriff on some other issues and information.
You have my cell phone number
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
need me.
I will give you that. I'm not devaluing your service whatsoever. You guys have been more than helpful. I love the meetings we have every other month. I think it is. I just needed some answers.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our goal is to be great community partners for the citizens of Marion. I mean, that's what we're here for.
Sounds good to me.
Fentanyl causing you to see an uptick in services, or are all those people dead?
There's been more fentanyl cases here in the state lately. It's pretty scary. But our SUD program in the last year has grown from 1 part-time provider to 3.5 or 4.5 full-time providers. So,
I mean, it's just gonna get exponentially worse until we close the southern border.
yeah. Well, that's why we implemented the medication assisted treatment, is to try to touch those folks that have opioids. That's where you're seeing a lot of the fentanyl-based lacing with it. And so we're trying to really work those people into our programs to get them stable on medication so that they're not craving and they don't have the relapse potential that they have without medication calming their nervous system and helping them sustain.
Thank you again,
Yeah.
Marcy, Patrick, and Matt. Thank you. We do
Thank
appreciate
you.
the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Sheriff?
Thanks.
I think you got me. I think I'm staying. Okay. Well, I'm with Marcy.
Good.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Are you next?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm
Wanna
just
stay there?
sitting down.
Very good.
Well, you get to talk.
No, I'll sit with you.
Okay.
I'll give you emotional support.
Well, Marcy, thank you again. We can't begin to express our appreciation for your work for 2 major events since we last met. Still recovering?
No, I just smacked my knee on the table.
There was much praise this morning, and praise again
Hearing from a lot of people.
at the public forum, so.
Well, that's why we're here. Well, one of the reasons. To give you a quick little recap. We did have a lot of news crews and things like that out there yesterday. The main information that they've been asking is how much acreage. At this time, the best estimate is between 800 and 1,000 acres.
This is rough.
It's a very rough estimate. We can't, we won't know more until later on. The Kansas Forestry Service mentioned that they're going to get a plane up and do some satellite imagery. The sheriff said that he's gonna contact somebody and see about possibly getting a drone footage again.
We did drone footage on the last one.
Good.
So, and that was super cool. It was absolutely wonderful because then you actually got to see, you know, in a picture, in a map, exactly how much. The first call yesterday came in at 11, and due to the fire conditions, Marion Fire immediately requested mutual aid in the Marion County Task Force.
Good.
The fire did expand pretty quick due to the red flag conditions. And so assistance was requested from neighboring counties. I don't know for sure if you guys were aware, but there was 5 counties out there yesterday. So it wasn't just Marion Chase, because the fire was kind of in both of those. It was also, it was Harvey, it was Butler, it was Marion, it was Chase County, and Morris? Morris, yes. Dickinson, yeah. So it was very nice that all these other counties, and as you know, especially from the news yesterday, Kansas was on fire, okay? There was fires everywhere, not just Marion County. So it was nice of them to help and assist, and we did get help from the state. As you probably heard, we did have the plane come, and we're thinking between 4 and 5 drops.
Yeah, 4 or 5 drops.
Where'd he go get his water at? Because he flew over Peabody 3 times.
Newton.
He had to go back to Newton to get it, okay.
Yeah, he can't get it from the reservoir. The chopper can
Yeah.
get it from the
He has
reservoir.
to land.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah,
Okay.
so he has to go.
One quick question on
Yes, sir.
your task force yesterday. How did response with all those different units work with your radios and stuff like that?
As far as, it's such an unfair question because that is such a ruddy area.
Oh, it is
That
right in the
Little
hole.
Creek Road
Correct.
is
Right in the hole.
and then
Cell
deep
phones hardly even
valleys.
work over there.
Cell
Yeah.
phones
They don't.
They don't.
That was a problem.
Okay.
I can get mine to ride through.
Yeah, it just, to put an assessment on there, it just wouldn't be fair.
Okay.
So they were horrible, but it's not fair to say it was because
Right.
of this.
Okay.
You need another tower over there.
Well,
Or 20.
The goal was to have, when this happened, the goal for the new radios was to make it work. That was the goal.
And we did find out a piece this morning. I did call State Communications. He called me actually asking because there was 5 county involvement. He wanted to let me know and he showed me on my radio where we could have used the state mutual aid channel, and that was my fault. I didn't even know that was a possibility.
Now you do.
And I do. So he showed me where it was, how to work with it. I have not contacted anybody else. This literally happened almost, half an hour before this meeting. But I am going to, meet with dispatch and law to see if it's something that would work for us, because if that's the case, according to Jason Bryant, who runs State Communications, he said those mutual aid channels are just wide open, and they even have a part, he said this one is the one that might work, because I was telling him about the problem he had down in Middle Creek. And he was saying that there is a D1 that
Radio.
yes, that it doesn't go out anywhere, dispatch can't hear it. We couldn't hear it, we wouldn't be able to hear it at command, but they could have heard it down in that basin between each other. So that's just very in the infant stages, because I just heard about it, but yes.
Now, I will say this, Chase County switched over to 400, because they're at 400, 800, and they were moving on 400. So I don't know why, but it didn't work. But cell phones were working at different places that never work out there. Yesterday for some reason they decided to
Lower the frequency for the travel.
Again, the reports that we've heard are that the teams work together really well.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely horrible conditions.
Yes, yes, and we did have a lot of, we had, and is it okay to say all these people who have?
Absolutely.
Okay. Tim Donahue and his wife, and they were just kind. They brought homemade cookies. Anyway, Marion Fire off-duty personnel brought out Subway sandwiches. The Girl Scouts donated Gatorade and cookies. MCC brought out fuel. Cooperative Grain Supply brought out fuel. They brought out both gas and diesel. We had Morris County Emergency Management. We had Chase County Emergency Management. Dickinson was fighting his own fire, but had called in. We had pizza donated by Nathan Bruner's company. He donated all the pizza for the incident. We even had Belle Plaine Fire Department. I don't know where they came from.
I don't know, they showed up at the door.
Yeah. So, and yes, we've received calls from different radio stations. Senator Moran's office already called us. So, we have received a lot of phone calls, but dispatch, Bridget mentioned that she was inundated with people wanting to volunteer and donate stuff. So I think that was absolutely fabulous, that they're just wanting to, what can I give you? What can I give you? Do they need water? Do they need? So, yeah.
So did you get the fuel receipts yet?
I did. I have not added them, but
We're
we
roughly
had.
gonna be at 350 gallons of diesel fuel used from the trucks. I think MCC put those to the fuel, about 150 gallons of gas. We just had the vehicles brought out and staged them. And we had Ag Service showed up with their tanker, and they had 2 water tankers out there for us. Something for us to think about down the road when we're talking about water tankers. The county owns a water tanker. We ought to be able to call somebody and get a water tanker out there. Now, don't get me wrong, Ag Service was more than happy to, I believe, but I saw the owner out there, he had a smile ear to ear on his face. He was happy to help, so. But everybody at the scene at the beginning was worried, who's paying for this, who's paying for this? And we don't worry about that when we're fighting a fire. We just save it, stop it, and we'll pay for it later. So I make sure I got that out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, lots of thank yous to get out.
Yeah, there's going to be.
We'll talk about it later, I guess. I didn't get home until 1:30 this morning, so.
Hold your thought.
And then
We'll
he
do some-
decided to finish his hay stuff that he had started before we interrupted him, so.
I was trying, I have to grab right across the road from the fire, so I was trying to practically do hay bales.
We'll give you some time to collect your thoughts while we approve the disaster proclamations.
Yes, I have two.
Yes.
I didn't. I'm already.
Oh,
So he has them.
you are good.
So the first one is for October 13th.
Correct, that is the fire that happened,
South of the lake.
correct.
Okay, so I move for the disaster proclamation resolution 2022-29.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Garing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed nay. Motion carried 5-0. And I also move disaster proclamation resolution 2022-30 for the fire. It was yesterday, right there it is, October 23rd, 2022.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Garing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carried 5-0. Come to you.
Oh, we had some citizens donate fuel too.
Sure.
Because some of the side-by-sides were running out.
Yeah.
The county agencies had, so.
Awesome.
It worked. I sent an email, I think you probably read it this morning. It went, you know, no loss of life, no loss of structure, no loss of livestock. That was the other thing too. We had Ed Vanduska, Marty Kropa, and Steve Crispins all had cattle in that fire. And those local farmers and ranchers, wow. I wish I'd have took a picture of you guys. I'm telling you, got a wall of flames and smoke coming over Crispins' pasture, cattle standing in the pens, and a wall of fire trucks in between them cattle. And they were spraying that fire and fighting it while they were lifting the cattle out of that pasture. So, hats off to everybody.
First thing I thought of, that Paradise Fire in northwest Kansas, and I said, that's the same terrain as what they're in.
Yeah.
I know some people that were up from Tampa, Durham area, that were all out there helping load cattle.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they weren't theirs, I mean, it was just community.
Yeah, I had multiple people calling me all day. How many trucks, how many trailers do you need? I had a guy even calling offers, bring a semi for free. We have a really, really good community. And Chase County and all those outside, we work really well together.
Good.
And there was no, I mean, we're always gonna get better, we're always gonna improve. And we won, and that's what matters. There'll be a lot of fence fixing for the next 3 months.
The fence is gonna be fixed. The fence is gonna be fixed. That's an awesome job.
I think so. Did I miss anything?
We'll hash out.
Get a couple hours of sleep.
And I'll be over after for that. We're gonna write up a press release because we've
Oh,
got
that's
so many phone calls.
Oh, sure.
So I'm gonna meet with the sheriff to come up with.
Right.
I honestly, I refused to put a press release out. I dodged the media last night because I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to talk to them until I talked to you guys. Give you guys a heads up. I didn't want you to hear exactly what we were going to release, which wasn't nothing major, but I wanted to give you guys the heads up. See about it.
Appreciate it.
Okay. You staying?
Yes.
Because I'm leaving.
I have to give him my summary of what I've done.
Yeah, it'll be a long, long summer.
That's right.
I'm not gonna do that to you because you guys have been keeping you up to date on what I'm working on. Just to hit some highlights, we are doing presentations at the senior center for weather radios. We've already done one at Marion. I have Hillsborough tomorrow, and then Peabody is later on the first week of November. That went over really well.
Good.
Not only that, but we also handed out information on how to sign up for Everbridge besides the weather radios. And just so you know, they have been nothing but complimentary to you guys for agreeing to do the weather radios to seniors. They said that they really need them. Several of them mentioned A, they didn't have them, or B, that they're ones that they have are broke. And they're not, they fully admitted that they're not up. Most of them still had flip phones, so they're not up on all of the current weather notifications. So they loved those. We are still working on wheelchairs with Direct Supply. We're having some problems with them giving us credit at that company. We also are working on EMPG documentation and requirements. And Tina has that.
The grant application was
Yeah,
in your
in the packet.
packet,
Yep.
and so we just need approval of that and the commission chairman's signature.
And I put all the supporting documents in there too. I know you guys normally don't have to see those, so you're like, what did she put in here now? But that way, so you know why I filled in the line I did, the supporting documents with it. So was there any questions on any of those activities in there, or do you have ideas or things that you want to see added?
Any comments?
Lots of information.
Yeah, there is a column in there that, there are a couple of them that aren't filled out. Just kind of wondering, is that just a standardized form?
It is, I'm sorry, yes. That is a standardized form, no matter if you're Central County or Marion County.
Okay, so you don't need to fill
So,
those?
correct.
Okay.
And I did have to clarify with that with KDEM, because I didn't know that either. I almost started crying when I saw that form, because I was like, how on earth is one person supposed to do this? So I immediately called them and said, okay, what do I have to do to get that information? Marion County, based on their population, does not get as much money as say Central County does, but Central County also has 10 people in their emergency management office, and we do not. So they get a different amount of money than we do, and
Rightfully.
yes, so they went through and said these are the main points that you have to hit in order to receive those funds. One of the ones that I am working on, which you saw the email about, I am talking with KDEM about possibly using the Chief Evans event as an exercise. It was a real life event, so you actually need authorization from KDEM in order to count it. I am still waiting on that, and that's why you just see the email included, no response.
Count the other thing, yes, the other day, as a real life event.
Not really, mainly because when you do an exercise, just like anything with the state or the federal government, there is a laundry list of documentation and things you have to check. And for a real life event like a fire, usually that's a little harder to do. And if you have something like Andover, that recovery for that last year's, it's a lot easier to do. With the fire, it's a lot more difficult. So when we talk real life events, usually we're talking a planned event rather than an actual incident.
Okay.
So.
There's only one other thing is, and you just talk about senior centers and people doing this and stuff, is after we attended there the other day in Hillsborough, I talked to 2 people over there that they're concerned about the number of citizens in Marion County not using it, and they pointed at me. I mean, that's, I'm of age.
You're not old enough yet.
No, I'm of age, and so I'm just putting a shout out to, that there's some members that work pretty hard in our senior centers, but they'd just like to have some help to publicize maybe that, you're welcome to come into the senior centers at any time, and visit and see what's going on for meals or anything like that if you're in town that has it. So, good.
And from what I understand, and this is just from what I overheard, but they welcome anybody. It don't necessarily have to be from Marion,
No.
or Peabody or
Yeah.
Hillsborough.
No.
Which I thought was fantastic.
Yeah.
Because only church actually came up to the senior center for a meal that same day.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've had several small towns that has disbanded
Yes.
their senior.
Any questions on the application for the grant? If not, I move approval of application for emergency management performance grant as presented.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. Any questions? Discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 Please say nay. Motion carried 5-0.
I see a copy of that.
Yes, actually, if you want to pass it around, you can keep one. And if you haven't signed up yet, please do. Commissioner Dalkey's passing around the Everbridge information. remember on Everbridge, and this is, I know I get giddy with some of my stuff that I do in my office, but with Everbridge, it's so cool because you can do stuff all of South Central. You can choose Butler County, Harvey County. You can choose which counties you can get notifications from. So one of the things I pointed out to at the senior center is you can pick Marion because that's where you might live, but then go ahead and pick, Harvey County because you have kids there. Mm-hmm. So you can get their notifications as well. So that's another thing that I kind of mentioned that they were pretty excited about is it's South Central, not just Marion. So.
Very good.
Some other things we're doing that are coming up. We did have the wind farm safety meeting last Friday. Fire, law, EMS, myself, planning and zoning, we all met with Wanzek to go over their safety for their areas and for safety on the turbine sites. And then we had walking school bus for Fire Safety Week, and we also had a walking school bus here in Marion. We participated in that. We also have a state communications meeting coming up, scheduled later on this week, where we're going to discuss all the different problems we have, both with radio communications and cell communications, to see if there's some, and it's probably going to be a scale, but to see some things that might work and some things we might want to put on a wish list and stuff like that to try to fix some of those. Coming up in November, I have a disaster preparedness for healthcare organizations. It's a 2-day class. We have the health fair coming up November 5th, which law and fire and EMS and all of us are participating in. There is Safe Schools at Peabody, which is a bunch of us public servants participating in. And then we have set up with the fire department, that's why you still see the dually and the tower trailer there. We are doing tower trailer training with all fire chiefs.
Good.
So that's why it's still there, because we didn't want to put it away and pull it back out. And that's coming up on November 12th, right after the health fair. It was the next weekend we had available, so. Any other questions on what we're doing or what we're working on?
Can't you add a few more things?
I don't think so.
Wow. Any questions?
Well, she got that all done in the morning, well, she didn't have to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Take a breath.
Good taking a nap.
Yeah. Okay, I know you've been absolutely swamped with emergencies lately, but have you had a chance to talk about a potential contract for?
Yes, he sent it to me actually about 11:30 this morning.
Okay.
This is information from him. I'll pass it around.
Hold on, is it contract negotiation?
I don't know, because I'm not sure what we're talking about.
We're talking about a contract.
Yeah, maybe.
Contract
Should we
negotiation.
go exec?
Yes.
Okay. Just trying to avoid, but we're gonna have to.
Is this just to get an employee to do contracts?
Yeah. That. This should just be 5 minutes to be safe. I move recess in executive session in order to discuss potential contract negotiations pursuant to KSA 75-4319B. Item 2, consultation with our attorney-client privilege with the commission, Brad, Tina, and Marcy for 5 minutes from 2:08 to 2:13.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Gary. All in favor say aye.
Good.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carried 5-0. We'll be back at 2:13.
Just to secure.
Sorry, I thought the camera was still faced at us.
Oh.
Now I
Well,
see the
hold on a
camera.
second.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, we're out of executive session. No decisions made. I move that we recess in executive session in order to discuss personnel performance pursuant to KSA 75-4319B. Item 1, personnel matters of non-elected personnel performance with the commission, Brad, Tina, and Marcy, for 10 minutes, 2:15 to 2:25.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Gary. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed nay. Motion carried. We will be back at 2:25.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, we are out of executive session, no decisions made. It's with great pleasure I make the motion to hire Marcy Hostetler as Marion County Emergency Management Director.
Second.
We have a second, Commissioner Gary. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And thank you for your support. I appreciate it.
Okay, I think that's good for today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, come down off the clouds. Come on down.
Hi, sorry.
All right, Isaac.
Finally getting Isaac.
Good. Sorry for the wait.
First time in the new, with the new arrangement.
Yes.
They are still playing with it.
Okay, good, because I didn't print it.
Okay, yeah, I did. Okay.
What do you have for us today?
I'm gonna start off with the trash service here for the lake, which we talked about a while back. You can take one of those and pass it off, please. So, I spoke to the city of Marion. They were out. They just said they got way too much on their plate right now to want to take on the lake as well. There were two other trash services I spoke to, Nisley and Sunflower. Both of them were kind of the same way. They did show interest in doing it at some point, but both of them said right now they wouldn't be able to provide us the service we needed. You know, they could do maybe once a month pickup, stuff like that, which I really can't afford out there, especially not during the summer. Once a week is sometimes pushing it. Yeah. And so they said if we're ever wanting to get bids for this again, to definitely call them, and they might be interested, but they said just at this moment right now, they couldn't take it on. So I got a hold of the city of Florence. In front of you there, that sheet of paper, that is what they're wanting to do for this year. The two main things, I guess, to point out is one, the summer months or the on season from April through October. It has jumped up $65 a month. This year it was $849.90. They're wanting to bump that up to $914.90, which is a $65 increase. The off season, November through March this year, was $141.65, and they're wanting to bump that up to $206.65, which is also a $65 a month increase. I know in the email she stated both fuel prices and rough roads out at the lake causing tire trouble, but this is what they came with for the agreement for this upcoming year.
Do you have the second page, or do I need to print that?
I do, Tina. I
can go print it.
I have one.
Just in case.
Yes. Any questions for Isaac?
The winter months, they got one trip per month, whereas the summer months, they got 4 trips per month, but yet they both go up 65. It's an agreement, take it or leave it.
So what one we got?
Would the commission like the option on this to have 2 or 3 year option on this? Well, we don't set to do this every year.
Well, I guess just what I heard from Isaac, there's a possibility of someone else being interested next year. If it was not that case, I would certainly agree with you.
But even so, you can still go ahead and buy them the ability with a certain notice to go ahead and opt in, so it gives the county an additional option. For those periods of time we're not.
I think it's gone up every year.
The what?
I think it's gone up every year that we've done.
Yeah, ever since
On
we
a
started.
1-year contract.
Asking for
Every
bids,
time
it allowed them to open the door and increase it.
When you have
Most places won't do it because of the volatility, but it wouldn't be worth.
But then some contracts that increase the second year and the third year so much. We've had some of those. They still go up, but it's prearranged.
Got a number of them.
I'd rather get a set for 2 years than to go prearranged for 3 and know you're going up when fuel price is going, it might go down.
I just go down here.
Is there a motion?
Okay, I'll make the motion to
Well,
accept.
with an additional 1-year option or 2-year option.
Subject to staff review. The Florence City Attorney needs to rewrite this.
Is that you?
That's me. I didn't write this. We're gonna rewrite this.
Okay.
I have to say.
How would Florence like it?
Yeah.
We're gonna rewrite this.
So do we hold up on approving it then?
You can do it either way. If the general parameters, in terms of the dollar amounts and the 1 year with the 1 year addition, if you put that in the motion, that's fine. But just in terms of the legal niceties, I don't know where this one came from, but it needs some review.
I'll make a motion to approve the agreement pending optional 1 year no change and 2 year no change to come after this year and the values shown.
And staff review.
And staff review.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Ken?
Go ahead, second.
Ken, second, discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried. Let's see what the City of Florence legal counsel can do.
Yes.
I'm sure we'll find out.
Be a little longer than all
Okay, next.
That was the main thing. I'll give you guys a couple of little updates here on kind of what's been going on at the lake and where we're at on a couple of other things that we've been working on. The heated dock, it has been extended. Everything's been reconnected. We are back up and running. So that is crossed off the list and 100% complete now. We submitted our first CFAP report here at the beginning of the month to the state of Kansas. So we should be getting that check soon for that first one, and we have that second report due the end of the year. And along those same lines, the state came out and they did their net tests 2 weeks ago on Monday. They came back, checked them on a Tuesday morning. Sounds like, talking to the biologist there, first 2 weeks in November, they're gonna be out at the lake to do their stocking for the year. So then they'll be, it sounds like his plan is to then come out first thing next spring and stock again before the summer. Last 2 years they've done it in the fall, next year they're wanting to do it in the spring. So they should be out sometime within the next 3 weeks now to do their stocking for the year. The dam project, I spoke to Brian Severn, who's the engineer. So here, it's about 3 weeks ago, there's a gentleman by the name of Zach Rust, who's the Kansas Department of Agriculture water structural engineer. He had a big list of questions that he submitted on to Brian about just some of the plans on the dam. Talking to Brian, it sounds like Zach wasn't in on the whole conversation that he had with Terry Medley and another gentleman from the Department of Ag to get by with a couple of things as far as the slope of the dam, things that have been grandfathered in that Zach wasn't sure about. It sounds like, talking to Brian, given that he lets it go and doesn't make him do any additional changes, that once this gets through him, we should be ready to go to get bids for that project. He said he talked to Zach about a week ago, and he said he hadn't got to it yet, but he said as soon as he knows what their decision is on that, we should be able to hopefully move forward. And talking to Brian, he's hoping that he's gonna let those things remain the way that he had them drawn up and not have to make any other major changes on that. But we should know that sometime in the near future. Chili cook-off, we had that October 1st. We had a real good turnout. We had great weather. I think it's the first time it hasn't rained in the past 3 years, which we needed it, so you don't like saying that. But we ended up having about a little over 400 people out that day, so it ended up going over really well. Everybody that came out seemed like they had a really good time. Last thing I had is, we've talked about possibly looking at a bunch of different things like lease agreements for the trailers. I know we've talked about camping rates and the lake haul rates, all that kind of stuff. We were asking for the possibility to maybe look at our expenses, utility expenses, all that stuff. So I have been working
I've gone all the way back, I found paperwork from all the way back to 2016. So I've put together a whole breakdown of all of that stuff from 2016 to 2022. And my plan is here at the end of this year, I'll bring all that stuff in here and we can kind of look at both the revenue sides of things from 2016 to now as far as utility expenses as well. I know especially like the water, the way that we're set up with water, it's kind of hard to tell where it goes just because it's a set amount of gallons and it doesn't really say for what, but we broke it down from electricity and gas and all that as well. So I plan on bringing that to the commission here at the end of the year when we have all the data for 2022. But besides that, we're kind of switching up. We're getting ready to do a bunch of tree work and work on some things that we hadn't been able to get to this summer. That's really all I had today.
Good questions for Isaac.
Thank you for even thinking of it, doing that. It's just something that needs, we've got all new commissioners
Yeah.
here that's never done nothing like that.
Right.
So.
Well, and I know too.
Kent might have, I don't know if we've raised it since you've been on or not, Kent. Have we raised any rates or things out there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's probably wise to be looking at all of those at this
Looking
point.
at it, yeah. Well,
I'm not sure we've looked at it for
Not since you've been on, right?
maybe once. It's been,
Yeah.
that's 6 years.
Yeah. What? Yeah, and I know like especially like the lake hall, like in the campgrounds, I made a lot of phone calls and have talked to a lot of other lakes and things kind of like what we have out there, and it sounds like we're
cheap on the lake hall. I mean, we really are.
It's not always a bad thing.
No, it's not. I mean, it does. It does.
It's not a bad
And
thing.
so
They want people to
it is
use it.
kind of a little give and take on that, but yeah, if we'll at least have the numbers, I'll get you guys the numbers to look at, and then we can go from there.
Very good. Tina had a comment.
Well, just a comment or a question on the lake hall, and I feel like I asked you before. I got an email from the Republican Precinct Committee this morning, or it was over the weekend maybe, and I feel like I asked you whether or not you wanted to charge them for the precinct committee meeting that was held out there to appoint a new sheriff back in February or March. But they're asking if maybe that could be waived and refunded, and so it was $100 rental fee, right? And so I just thought I'd bring it up and ask you since Isaac's here, but I can't remember. I feel like I asked you before.
Okay. Well, we'll just examine it again and hopefully not make the opposite decision we did before. But,
Well, yeah, they're just, it's because their point being that it was to elect
Correct.
and
It was-
fill a county vacancy,
Right.
that they would like us to
Right. It's-
refund that
I'd call
rental
it
fee.
an
They probably
unusual
don't have any money either, do
Well, it's,
Probably not.
you gotta, yeah, being that it was filling a seat.
they? Elected official.
It's different, but just because it's one committee versus another, we're gonna open a door, but maybe to fill the seat, we can not set a
No,
precedent.
this was to fill, a department.
A county
Which the
vacancy.
county owns the building.
County owns the building, yeah.
So, if you need to make a motion to refund the $100, I'll make it.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Becker to.
I'll second it.
And we have 3 seconds. And specifically, it was for a precinct meeting to fill an elected position.
Yeah, it wasn't a precinct committee meeting.
Correct.
Right.
It was to fill an vacant elected position.
That wasn't.
Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carried 5-0.
So who was the second?
Apparently,
Uh,
that's not me.
Crowfoot.
Thank you. We'll double check to make sure, but yeah, it would have been the Republican Precinct Committee, not the Patriots. They wouldn't be paying,
Yeah,
because
no.
that's a separate group.
Yeah.
Anything else for us, Isaac?
That was it for me, unless you
Are we
guys.
gonna remodel, put ceiling tile in?
Yes, so that is definitely on the agenda for this off season. I know I'm also gonna really try to get that flooring looked at. You know, it's one half, it looked like they had polished and buffed it and sealed it at one point. They didn't do the entire floor, they did the main area and left the kitchen and over by the bathroom area. And then on the north half of the hall, it's still all that chipped up paint. don't need to do anything fancy. My idea is just strip off all the paint,
Grind
seal
it
the
off.
seal the concrete and call it good. I mean, it's a nice looking finish, even on the south half, what they did do. And I don't know when they did that or how they decided to do what they did and not the whole thing, but I mean, where they did do it, it makes it look a million times better. So yeah, that and the ceiling tile are two things that really need to be done this year.
So have you checked on mowers? You know,
I looked at them, yeah.
what is the lead time?
Sounds like it just depends on what it's gonna be. But he said some of them, like, about a year out, but he said some of them they could get two to 3 months. So I haven't dug into it real deep. I've talked to Ken over there in Hillsboro and a couple of others, but about it.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Isaac, appreciate the update.
Absolutely.
Good things happening at the lake, that's great.
Commissioner Chairman, I just had an email from Kevin Gaddard over at the CGO. He's looking for a space for tomorrow to interview a person that's gonna be one of his employees to interview a person, a candidate from Marion County for services. Is there any empty spots that we could let him have tomorrow either in this building or a building, or I just thought of the lake hall. I don't know if tomorrow would, to be just meeting one-on-one is what he's looking for, but they don't have no space to meet this candidate.
Okay, what's the organization?
CDDO.
Okay.
That's over there. They asked, I got a text message or email last night, and I forgot about it until just now, when he just texted me again, so.
Okay, Tina, what spaces would be available?
Well, I mean, they can use the commission room, but not between 2:15 and 3:45, because
Okay,
that's when we're
let's try
doing
that.
flu shots.
Let's try that. Anything between 2 and 3?
No.
2 and 4?
What?
No.
No, they can't have it between
Oh,
then.
it has to be the morning.
Okay, sorry.
That's what I
Morning
said.
would be ideal.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll text you or email and find
Okay,
out.
Isaac, you're off the hook.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
I'm
Isaac.
sorry, I didn't say that very
Okay,
well.
so we've got the interviewing scheduled. All right.
So anytime outside of those hours?
Yeah.
Okay. Before we start in, I missed a motion that we needed to make. I move that we approve the job description for Emergency Management Deputy Director and start advertising to fill that position.
Please, sir.
In place of the former Emergency Management Coordinator position. Thank you.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Gearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0. Sorry about that.
I thought about it too.
Sorry, who seconded?
I did.
Commissioner Gearing. All right, Bryce.
I don't know what we really need to discuss, but hey. I sent you an email last week. We did not get a cost share again. I was a little confused because when the governor's press release came out, it said, well, this is a 50-50 split. And I said, wait a minute, I don't remember a 50-50 split.
Marion County too.
Well, yeah, I checked into that, and basically what Catherine told me, she's the one that runs that, she said some of the people that submitted those basically put in 75% of the funds. So the average of everybody that put in money was 50-50. And I said, well, that's crazy, people put in 75% of the money. So, but anyway.
And you can imagine what counties that was.
Well, I mean.
Well, you're still getting something for 25%.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
It's a change in the dynamic.
Yeah.
But I mean, they had the funds.
Yeah, that's the point that gets me is, you're requesting funds for only 20, and I don't know if they're real art projects or not, but I mean, they only had 11 million to give, which didn't take
Yeah,
long.
and they're always bigger in the spring than they are in the fall.
Well, yeah. But anyway,
I
like I
learned
said,
that this week.
that's what she explained to me, and I said, well, it makes sense that, on the average it was 50-50 split, because I was like, wow. So, I sent an email about the economic development, did not hear back from that as well. So, anyway, like I said, we'll keep submitting, but I don't think we'll ever get to the point of asking them for only 25% of the funds as compared to 75. But
not for what we're.
I mean, it's you hate to say it looks pretty enticing when that's the case, but I was happy to see
the city of Marion got 2 projects, but unfortunately, they won't be able to do it at the same time because I won't be able to get home. But, no, just kidding. Because they were on Elm and Locust in the first block off of Main Street. So, but anyway, at least it's nice to see that at least the city got some stuff. So, but anyway, then also I sent an email about the 5069 projects. That's the high risk rural roads project at 190th and Nighthawk. I was a little, I guess, kind of shocked the price come in. When I checked into that, KDOT's checking into it because that's a project that we actually added, I believe, $75,000 to the contract because they just wanted to do a mill and overlay, and I said, well, we can't put in rumble strips for that kind of thing. Oh, okay. So they did agree to add $75,000 to that budget amount, but they didn't update the paperwork. So anyway, but they also said that based on first glance, every project that was bid was over the engineer's estimate, which means that contractors are getting full and they don't want to stick themselves out too far if there's going to be liquidated damages and stuff like that. We left ours as, I think, as open as it could be. They had to have it done by November 25th or something like that of next year, November 1st. But anyway, so that tells you how the contractors are getting full up as well. But anyway, so once they go through and check everything out, they'll send a letter back to us, say if we're okay with that. But Bruce Davis Construction out of Emporia was red low. But we'll have to see on that. So other than that, I guess they have this letter that, I don't know if you wanted to
Yes,
go over. So
I think we already approved it, it'd just be a signature, right? Or did you take action on it?
You just took action to have me make it from, make it from the
word
law.
worthy.
I didn't know if you wanted to take a minute and read it, because I was doing that pretty fast, and I had to retype it all the way, because I never got
My God, that's right. That's right.
That's okay.
I totally forgot.
No worries.
I got a lot of things on my mind.
All right, I'd move to approve the letter to KDOT area engineer from the Board of Marion County Commissioners concerning KDOT maintenance of roads up to the right of way. Second by Commissioner Dalkey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried. Do you have one to sign, or can you just sign?
Brad has the original here.
Did you see that he felt it? Yep, that's the original.
Oh, it is.
Bond paper.
Hope I misspelled my name, but I need a new copy.
That's okay. It's easy to do.
Shell says a stamp and it's called
The
white
dollar
out.
space up there.
Yeah.
Space there.
Yeah. She did her darndest to get it on one page. When it comes to that, when you start letter, you gotta remember how many spaces ahead of there just to put it in, put it on letterhead, so.
Rock hauling seems to be moving.
Pretty slow, but the two, I mean, they're working in sections 1 and 2, it's the longest drive,
Okay.
unfortunately, so. I'd ask them to, try to get a hold of other haulers if they can, and they're facing the same thing. Everybody's busy doing other things and, so, they just keep pushing them, so.
Your question, your turn for your question.
I've been getting hit up about the rock put down newspaper road that went in the wrong place.
144 tons.
Up in arms, are we paying for it, or did they pay for the pickup?
We are paying for it, and they're going to credit us some hauling freight.
Okay.
So it's not totally on us, so.
Yeah.
But
I guess you had told me and I
Yeah.
haven't told the next.
That's like anything else, we just haven't got there yet.
And these people have never made a mistake before.
Nobody makes a
Jonas?
mistake.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say any of that. I'm just saying, accountability, I guess,
Sure. And they made it right.
Yeah, and as long as they made it right, we're good.
Yeah, but was it actually a road that was marked to rock?
No, that was the whole thing, how they ever got on it.
Because somebody called me and they said, well, it was rocked about 25 years ago. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, it
Nah.
probably was.
And for whatever reason, you got all those drivers up there, they may or may not know the roads, and, oh, yeah,
Oh,
this is it.
it happens.
And
I
then
can
as
see
soon
it
as
happen
as
really
soon as the
easy.
first truck goes down, boom, 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 the rest of them are going right
Right.
behind them, so, but, no, so.
Anything else?
No, other than the stuff with Brad, but he tried to get hold of me this morning, and I said, well, I had to go to a 10 o'clock meeting, so.
So do we have anything? Ms. Bryce? Okay.
Okay.
Executive session? Okay. How long did you want?
5 minutes.
Okay. I move that we recess an executive session in order to discuss personnel performance pursuant to KSA 75-75, KSA 75-4319B. Item 1, personnel matters, non-elected personnel performance. Commission, Brad, Tina, Bryce, for 5 minutes, 2:51 to 2:56.
Second.
All in
I
favor,
don't want you
say
to fall
aye.
asleep back there.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried, 5-0. We'll be back at 2:56.
That
This
information on the
conference
computer
will
system.
now be recorded.
So,
All right, we're out of executive session, no decisions made. Anything
Okay.
else?
nope,
Okay.
I'm done for today.
Had enough.
All right, I move that we recess an executive session in order to discuss EMS, that's ambulance director, pursuant to KSA 75-4319B. Item 1, personnel matters, non-elected personnel performance with the commission, Brad, Tina, and candidate for, should we go 10 minutes? 3 o'clock to 3:10.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Garing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried.
And we're on.
Okay, we're out of executive session, no decisions made. I would move to hire Kurt
This
Hessert.
conference will now be recorded.
Start over.
Oh,
Start
sorry.
over. We're out of executive session, no decisions made. I would move to hire Kurt Hessert as our Emergency Medical Services Director.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Garing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 5-0. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. No, thank you.
Forward to seeing you.
See, if we get a tip on a house, especially on one of these low rent deals, we'll let you know.
This is what I have to deal with, okay.
Build an equity, my friend, build an equity.
Randy's pretty handy.
I got time now.
He's got time.
I got time.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, he's throwing that out for his new TV show too, so.
We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right, County Councilor. Brad.
Executive session, attorney-client privilege, potential litigation,
Okay.
at least 10 minutes.
I move we recess an executive session in order to discuss potential litigation pursuant to KSA 75-4319B. Item 2, consultation with our attorney-client privilege with the commission, Brad, Tina, for 10 minutes, be 3:14 to 3:24.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carried 5-0. We will be back at 3:24.
I think we should talk about something.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, we're out of executive session, no decisions made.
While we're waiting, it goes on the list of items, many of which need some review input with the commission. It goes on for 2 pages, and usually I don't wish to get on to 3. Judy asked, but I didn't, since we were just coming back this one. I didn't know what else you had, but really probably need to start allotting half hour, 45 minutes, something like that, for the next few meetings. We won't have it on the 7th, but for me to get through all of this. But there's a lot of it. Yeah, Bryce's list, there's a number of things that, based upon the input I've gotten, even like on the dam and that, deal with the core, where we need to talk about a little bit in terms of the position that the commission wants to take, and what they want us to do and what they're willing to do.
Okay, Tina, we just plan on county council half-hour slot into each meeting from here on out.
And once we get through
Into
that, we can shorten it back up, but for it's gonna, I've got a bunch of things.
This is good in the end for an hour.
We'll start, well, no, I was gonna say we moved
It's
to
at
10
the end.
o'clock, but that doesn't work.
It's at the end, it isn't like it's got another thing afterward.
That's true, I just don't want to make everybody sit here looking at me like, it is 4 o'clock and we are still listening to you. So,
Yeah, if we get it done, makes the other meetings go quicker.
no, that's true.
Well, I'm trying to find it, it's up there somewhere. Oh, connecting links was brought up again.
Yeah.
I brought it up, it's already on your list.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's not adding, it's
Yeah,
over
no.
there. Okay. Okay.
No, I do have a bunch of ads that aren't on there or anybody else's list.
Waiting on Bryce.
So you wanted a 5-minute personnel?
Yeah. Yeah.
You wanna do it now while we're waiting?
Good.
Okay. I move that we recess an executive session in order to discuss personnel pursuant to KSA 75-4319B, item 1, personnel matters of non-elected personnel performance with Commission Brad Tina for how long?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. 3:27 to 3:32.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Gehring, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carried, we'll be back 3:32.
This conference will now be recorded.
Yeah.
So we are, okay, so we're out of executive session, no decisions made.
What's that there?
Yes,
I
he was
think
out.
10
He
minutes,
was.
15,
I don't
10.
think it'll take that long. Based on what it's fairly matter of fact.
Okay.
It's gone again?
Yeah, he's gone again, yeah.
No, I think he went, I thought I saw him go in the registry
Okay.
deeds.
Told him 3 minutes.
Yeah, if he gets started, he'll take me 5
All right,
minutes.
I move that we recess an executive session in order to discuss property acquisition, potential property acquisition pursuant to KSA 75-4319B. Item 6, preliminary discussion acquisition of real estate with Commission, Bryce, Brad, Tina, Commission, for 10 minutes from 3:32 to 3:42.
Okay, second by Randy.
Second.
Oh, okay. A second by Commissioner Hawkins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carried 5-0. And it just sits.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, we are out of executive session, no decisions made. Anything else? All right.
I think Dave's done.
Yep. we're good.
No, I just said this one here.
Yeah.
Next meeting is October 31st, which is payday. I'm gonna put in a special request of a favor. Can we start at a later time on the 31st?
Oh,
Later time?
It's 9 o'clock for payday.
Yeah.
Can we start later?
What time?
At
12:30.
Oh, 11 would be great.
11?
Or do you wanna go 12, is 12:30 too late?
12.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, that's right. I always forget.
It's work for you guys.
I always forget she's got stuff to do.
Right, because that's why it's a favor for me, because
Have
it
to
gets
ask
burden
her,
on
have to
Tina.
ask her.
No, it's whatever. I mean, it is on a Monday. So
Now, would 11 at least help a little bit?
it doesn't matter to me. You guys just decide.
I thought she had to cut checks.
Complain about it later.
Cut checks, stamp
We
checks.
have them all done, and it's just the distribution.
Oh,
We have to wait to distribute anything and to do all our banking and all that until
Yeah.
you guys approve it, so. I mean, technically 11 would probably be better for us to be able to do that, but we can adjust to whichever.
Would
works the best
11
for you.
be agreeable to the commission? It's personal favors, now I owe you. I guess I owe you.
That's
Charities.
priceless.
I should say, I think I just dug a big hole.
Don't forget that one.
Yeah.
You can't owe us anything. That's gonna cause a problem.
You remember 2 years ago
That's
on
true.
that? Yeah.
That's true.
Okay, so 11 o'clock?
I do appreciate that. 11 o'clock on the 31st. Thank you.
Can anybody come watch the machine run Thursday? Boat County? Didn't you run the Boat County machine last?
Oh, yes.
Anybody come watch it?
No.
Okay.
We had a public test of the equipment that we were going to be using for early voting, so the tabulator that's in the hallway on the express votes, and nobody came, no.
Really?
You have calls?
Disappointing.
No, just,
And we'll have another public test, the Thursday afternoon before the election, where we will test our big scanner, big tabulator that we use on election night. And, also express votes, you know, the touch screen.
Send a private offer, opening house offer to that one commissioner sitting in the crowd today.
Everybody's invited, it's publicized, it's even published in the paper, so.
It's on Facebook, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, so we'll do another one, and then we'll have another public test after the canvas is done. So.
I have a big request for absentee ballots.
It kind of started off slow, but it's been getting more and more, yes. So it's picking up now.
Does Kansas require a return address on absentee ballots?
Well, there's an application that people have to put in their residential address, the address we're supposed to mail it to.
They can't just
And they
ask
have
for
to
it.
sign it, provide their driver's license
Well, I
number.
just noticed that the Pennsylvania Attorney General they had a requirement, you had to have a return address on your absentee ballot for it to be counted. He threw it out.
Basically, we put a sticker on the envelope that says where they're registered, and they have to sign a statement on the envelope that says that that's correct.
and to even get it mailed to them, they have to provide
Right.
proof of ID.
Yes.
Okay, and it's not Nevada.
Any other business for the commission? If not, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Commissioner Gearing, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Becker, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nays.
We are adjourned. 5-0. See you the 31st at